Hello. Okay, now let's try this. This is a test, but who knows? Maybe I'll use it. Probably not. Hopefully not. I'm very tired. I worked all night. So, but yeah. So I have a new MacBook, and I want to see how this works. Um, let's look for. This is annoying. There's some information in my screen, and it's over my tabs. What's this? See. Gemini. So I have like four or actually five AI assistants, and they are like super assistants because they're basically just smarter than like a professor. Um, but because they're like all the professors in the world altogether, they have all their knowledge and even more. They're like super professors. But 1 minute, it should be more. More. Whoa. It's so yeah, so we have ChatGPT, of course, and uh, this one I just did, and I have Grok. Now I've been looking at like coding a game in Unity, and been working on that with some help from AI, which is a lot better than looking for tutorials and snippets of code and stuff, what you normally do. But it's still pretty new for me. So I'm not really that fast. And of course, it's like so. And the thing is, like, I've been on my work at my job. Although it's hard work and it's very physical work. When in between my activities, I have some time sometimes to be on my phone and chat with these AIs. And I have them now on my MacBook here, but most of these chats, I all had, most of them I had like when I was working. Uh, okay, this is great. This is from last night or the night before, and and this is what I actually want to talk about. So, great, great. So this is all the code. Let's see if we can go all the way up. No, so this is basically the code for a complete app that I should be able to make. And the only thing is I still have to put it in Unity, and this is actually a pretty complex one. I have to use, I have to make an API and on the server that it connects to for my database to have the data. So this is yeah, this is a big app that I'm gonna build. But so let me talk about why I'm gonna build it and what I'm gonna do. And for a while, uh, this is something that's been on my mind. That's been taking. um, I knew what I want to do for a couple of years, and I thought that I needed a lot of money to do it, and that might still be the case, but the thing is that I can actually, when I build this app, well, actually my face is in the way here. If I can build this app, I can maybe even just achieve the goal that I want to achieve. And maybe I just explain what's on the screen. Uh, I want to build an anonymous app in Unity to track the effects of treatments, diet, exercise on mental health for research. Now, oh, this is actually the previous one. I built this. I restarted this. Sometimes I can do that with the AI to kind of forget what I was doing and then I do it again, but I do it more. I get more better results for what I need for the app. So I restarted for the app. But this version is actually the first version that I did with AI. And I started with this questioning. So it talks about mental health. And the last one I was more direct and I talked about actually what kind of mental health I was talking about, what kind of problems, etc. But this app basically is might achieve my goal, and that's pretty exciting because in my eyes this is like the biggest thing ever. This is this is bigger than inventing the wheel, or this is like because the goal that I have is actually to cure a lot of mental health problems, a lot of diseases. It's very serious mental health diseases, and I think I can do that because I know what is causing it. I might know that, but to know for sure, of course, you have to research. Research is money, and that's why I thought I needed a lot of money to do this. But in fact, when I was trying to help my mother, um, I it kind of worked what I was trying to do, and no, it didn't kind of it did work what I was trying to do. It was temporarily. I found a medicine. God showed me. First, um, well let me talk about my mother and what I was trying to do. So, I started going to church, um, and of course, there were a lot of things in my life that I wanted. I wanted a family, I wanted a wife. I was asking God for that, of course, and I believe that maybe one day going to church, maybe my mother will come along. People would pray for her. Maybe she could get healed. Of course, I was praying for her, and that I I was like very patient. I mean, if you look at Abraham, he was promised a child, a son, with his wife Sarah, and they got impatient. They even lost faith and decided to have a child with another woman, his slave. So sometimes things can take a long time. That doesn't mean eventually, of course, Abraham did get Isaac, and we have Israel, but and Jesus. But the thing is that sometimes patience is good and having faith is, waiting patiently. So I felt like going to church and working on myself, on my faith, on my relationship with God and my journey, I would end a moment where something might happen for my mother. And it's starting to get frustrating because um, there were some times, moments where my mother did get, finally got to go to church, which was really hard, and also because she was sick, so sick that, well, taking the journey by train or getting a car or whatever. Was all very difficult to get her there. And eventually there were some ladies from church that started praying for her. We had like a little home group for her, and they came to my house. They prayed for her, they talked with her, and she got baptized. And it was a huge, big deal because now that she's no longer with me, I know that she's in heaven. And one of the first things that happened after she died was I felt that she was giving me this song about that I should focus on my future. And I reckon that was for another day. But the thing is that I know that my mother is in heaven, and that's pretty amazing because she was so incredibly sick. It was really hard to even, well, you could talk to her, but it was really hard to get anything back or no. But yeah, she could say things like what she needed if she needed like if she needed groceries or food or whatever or all the basic stuff. But there were no real conversations. And one of the thing and so um when I started giving her this medication, one of the things that happened was that she started to tell me her whole life story, like how she started living on her own, that she had got a room and she got a job, and she started doing all these things and her whole all these details. She talked for hours, and I was really tired after a while because she was telling me so much, like a whole life story in a couple of hours. But it was really great because like in my whole life never did that. She was never able to do it because of her illness. And now she was able to do it, and I had given her the medication that that God showed me, and it was working. Um and and the thing, well, okay, let's go back to the what I was talking about uh, with 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 the church, and so I was hoping actually that even when before these ladies came over and we had this group home group for her, that we would that someone in church would pray for her. Maybe they would ask her to come forward, or there was some healing ministry going on, and she would like have some miraculous healing. And years went by, and we even had this home group, and for me there is many ways that God can do things, and God will also give us wisdom, and he can give us cures. And a cure, I realize, is even better than just my mother being healed miraculously, because if I found a cure, it wouldn't be just for her. And um, and I was inspired. Maybe you heard a lot of people know the movie where there's this movie where these parents have a sick child. It's very famous. I'm so tired. Been working all night. Um, um, it's a famous movie, and Lorenzo's oil, because it's about the oil for Lorenzo is their child. He has a sickness, and they were able to find out through like becoming these experts in medicine on that field that he was like. His problems are that they discovered this oil, and or that they realized that it had to be made, and then they found out that it was something that could help him, and then they had another big deal that actually it was not available, so they had to ask some factory somewhere to make it, which would be very expensive or difficult. And of course in the end he was able to get that oil, and they put it on some salad and he ate it, and then he got better. And I kind of like, if you haven't seen the movie now, you don't have to, but like I mean like it's really so. But Sorry. Uh, and I was like, when I saw this movie, I kind of was thinking like, well, that would be, that would be amazing to because finding if because he was healed and if I could find out what was wrong with my mother, but that was also like even a bigger miracle to me than just having them pray for my mother and get her getting healed. um but it was something that stuck in my mind. And there was another movie sometime later, Beautiful Mind, and that was and that also that one of the things in that movie was that the this guy was a genius. He invented equilibrium, which is in economics, like let's say you have different parties and um, or game theory, and these parties um, they want to get the best out of things for themselves, right? But they are crossing paths. So what they do? They try to fight or get the most out of it for themselves. And what he said with equilibrium is that instead of like trying to fight over things and you could just get an agreement that what is the best for both of us and how do we get the best in the situation for everybody instead of like being creating chaos by fighting or being uncoordinated. So he said that equilibrium is finding the best way for everybody. And this actually got, I think he got a Nobel Prize for that, and it's a really important part of game theory about like the Cold War. It was really like, well, we might as well just stop making bombs because we're all making more and more bombs, and we're already destroying the world. So what? And so that's how we got like out of the Cold War and stuff. So it, but this guy, he was schizophrenic, so he was seeing things and that were not there, people that were not there. It's an amazing movie, really beautiful movie. Um, and he had an amazing wife actually. Who like stood by him through that, which is pretty amazing. But the thing is, like they gave when it came when it was clear that he had these mental problems. Actually, he had a baby with his wife, and he was like acting so weird that it was difficult for them, So he was taking medication, and um, but the problem was with the medication. Yes, it would make him more easy to manage and less problematic, but also his brain was like completely gone. He couldn't function like he was this really genius, high functioning guy, and he had this medication that was just ruining his brain. So he decided that it was better for him to not have the medication and then deal with the fact that he would have these people that were not there and live with that. So and he started like becoming a professor again and teaching, and of course he already had done this equilibrium made and Nobel Prize and everything, so already was accomplished, but he just wanted to teach again and do stuff. And one of the things that came out of that movie was that I realized that, well, I don't really know who's not to say that, like, I'm a programmer, I think with logic, which is kind of scientific, right? So I was thinking, like, how do I know what's wrong with my mother if her medication, because she had really strong medication. I mean, she visits the doctor. We have like this, it's like the nut house, like I know what to say. It's like the place where you go when you have mental problems. It's really and and she used to be there for 11 years. And after that, I started taking care of her when she got her own place. I visited her like daily, and then somebody got a home, but they couldn't stay there. It didn't go well, so they had a home left, and they're like, "Well, let's put my mother in there." So they put my mother in there. Now I thought, well, I have to see how this is going, and I had a very expensive flat, so I thought, why not take care of her, live with her for a couple of years. It ended becoming like 20 years. I thought until I would marry or something, but I didn't know that was going to take so long. So, um, um, uh, but uh, my mother was like, she would like sit in on her chair, and she would just like smoke a cigarette, drink a beer or whatever, coffee, and would stare in the distance, and she would be silent, and she couldn't even watch TV or anything. She was just like, um I mean, I could spend time with her. I was like in the same house, and we were there, we ate together, and when I got home I got her a big hug. And I mean, there was a lot of care and love that I could give her. But if I would like visit her, I would just come sit in her room, and I would talk about everything and tell my stories, and then she would listen, and that's about it. So, um, like I said, like that, when she told me her whole life story, that was completely different experience than I ever had from her, because she would never do stuff like that. And what happened was, um, these I think these movies influenced me in this way. And a few things happened. One thing happened. I was starting to talk to my mother about like, well, why don't you quit this medication? It's too strong. And then uh, it was really too strong, because she would take the medication at 8 o'clock at night, or 6 or 8 o'clock. She would go to sleep pretty much right after, because it was just a big sedative. She would sleep like all night, almost all day, and then after a couple, and then she woke up the next day like very late in the day, and she would be very like also like sedated and stuff. And then by the time she was kind of starting to wake up, she would take the medicine and then would sleep again. And in between she was smoking and drinking, and she was like, she was not there at all. She was not there because of her illness, but then the medication, I couldn't see the difference at that point. I didn't know the difference from between, is she just not talking to me because of medication, or what's the medication and what is her illness. So I realized that, well, I want to see how she would be with like with in like in Beautiful Mind, where he stopped taking the medication. Like, well, then I know what's really wrong with her, not just this sedated person that is um, not there, that I cannot talk to. And I was expecting that that would like change her a lot, and but in fact, one day she came to me, and it's probably a miracle too, because I was like, it wasn't, she wasn't. It's really hard for somebody to stop medication. It was really addictive medication. And she came to me and said, Stanley, I'm gonna stop the medication, and she did. And so she stopped the medication, and I found out a lot of things. One, that sleep that she was getting from the medication actually was pretty good, because after that she would sleep 4 hours, and I could set my, like, she would go to sleep, and like I could watch the clock, and 4 hours later exactly she would like come back to me, said, and she woke up. She slept 4 hours, and I thought that was not healthy, so I started giving her like um um it's called valerian. I don't know what's called in English, but it's like herbal thing that helps you sleep. So I could with help of that, it would be like 6 hours or something. It would be a bit more, and so I would give her that every day. And then later on, she had a new psychologist who actually gave her something that would help her with her mental things, but it wouldn't be as strong as what she had before, and so that was perfect. The thing was that, and that's actually good that we talk about medication, because for 20 years, I'm very thirsty. I'm sorry, I have my bottle from work. I'm just gonna drink out of it. My water. Uh, But um, what I found out early on, the medication that people like her, and her diagnosis was chronic psychosis, and in layman's terms, it's being a nut, a crazy person. And I can say that my mom was one. So, but I had to live it my whole life. Um, but I mean, both things don't really say anything, because chronic psychosis, chronic means permanent, it just keeps on going. And psychosis actually is pretty weird that those words go together, because psychosis is normally something that you have after an accident, when you're in a hospital, when you have like a big wound or something terrible happens, and you're like, your mind kind of loses because you cannot handle all the stress and everything. And then these people, they will start to see things and hear things that are not there. It's usually temporary. So that being chronic, that's already something really weird. Now, it's not schizophrenic, they call it psychosis. Um, it's really hard for me to explain, because, like I said, my mother didn't say that much, but she would say some weird stuff. She would say like, what would she say? Like, um, she believed she was like a goddess or something, and she also like in third person, it's like, she won't let me do this or she won't let me do that, like it was the third person. It's pretty weird stuff. And the thing is that, like, I've grown up with this my whole life as a kid, from a small, like a baby, that I was taken away as a baby, so I was away for a little bit, but um I got back when I was like 1.5 year, and that's like my own trauma, but that's another story. But and then I came home, and it was amazing, because I was back with my mother again, but she was crying like a lot. And I always thought, well, when I'm older, I'm gonna help her, and that's why I started to like take care of her. And but then, yeah, the whole I'm gonna take care of her is not that easy, because I was hoping at first for for that they would pray over her, or I would pray over her, or something would happen, and she could get healed. And like I said, like the whole finding a medicine thing, that seemed like way out of there. Like, how can that happen? But um, I kind of was going that path when I asked her like to stop with the medication, and then she did. And um, at some point, yeah. So then I got to see the real her, and I realized that, except for now that she wasn't sleeping that much, nothing had changed much. She was a bit more vivid, a bit more active, and a lot more trouble, and a lot more fun. But so she was more. I had more of my mother. There was more of her, but she wasn't like now. I could see, really see, because she was not sedated all the time, what was going on. and she was just very um, her mind was somewhere else, So her, she was in another world, on a world of her own. Her brain was there was something maybe something going on there all the time, but it was like I never heard that much about what was going on in there, but I know it was really hard for her. And like I said, it was really hard to reach her or hear from her. And so how did I find out what was going on? How so I started praying to God like for healing, more and more and more. Of course, I was getting like I was being patient, I was being hopeful, and I thought that could happen, it would happen. But as the years went by, I was like, yeah, I was praying more and more for that, and I did research actually also in I call it like quantifying faith. I think I have another YouTube on it, but shortly it means that when you look at the healings, Jesus always refers to a person's faith or the person itself or like when they bring in a guy with the stretchers to say he talks about the people who bring him in, not the guy himself, but the people who bring him in. So, well, your faith has healed them because they had faith that Jesus would heal this guy. So they brought him. It was their faith. They had the faith to bring the guy to Jesus. It was not even the guy himself. Maybe he had faith too, but that Jesus didn't mention that. So it was about the people who brought him. And he said, "Your faith is healed." And every time there was a healing or miracle, the lady who was bleeding and said, "Well, who touched me?" And then he says also something like, "Your faith has healed you." So, and then there is a centurion. He says, "Well, my servant will be healed if you say so." And he says, "This there's no greater." Does he say? Yeah, there's another guy, other person also. So he's a Roman. He's not even a Jew, not even a Samaritan or whatever. He's just like a Roman. And he says there's no greater um, faith because he believed that Jesus wouldn't even have to go to him and touch him and pray for him. He could just say it right there and it would happen. So there was like a yeah, the faith level was high, higher than all the other, and there was also a woman who asked for. She talks about the crumbs of the table, like she was not a Jewish, and she was like, well, and Jesus said, well, why do you expect me to heal you? You're not Jewish, and it's just well, even the dogs get the crumbs from the table, and he also says something about, I think about her having great faith, or but the thing is that, and then you have like Peter, when he walks to the water, he looks around, he sees that it's stormy and dangerous, and he realizes, knowing as a fisherman, that that's a really deadly situation. And his fear takes away his faith that he had when he was walking, and he loses some of his faith, and he starts sinking, and Jesus has to catch him. And what does he say? He says, "You of little faith." And he scorns him for losing faith or having little faith. So again, that's why I say quantifying. Quantifying means giving like value to something or having a quantity, or like actually in quantum mechanics is the fact that like say like a quanta of like a photon, like photons, you cannot just lower the value of a photon or of light indefinitely. At some point it will not work anymore. So that's why Einstein found out there were like photons. That's what he got his Nobel Prize for, because he came up with that, not for all the other stuff, but for the photon. And so um, now we know that like there are like the smallest amount of something that's like what a quanta is. That's like the smallest amount that you need for something to be something. And and I just thought it sounded nice, quantifying faith. But the thing is that I thought of that because here you see in every area where Jesus does a miracle, somebody gets healed. And what does he talk about? Their faith. He says, great faith, your faith, their faith, little faith when it doesn't work. He even just scorns a whole group of people who said, you're a terrible generation and stuff, when he cannot like heal a boy who is like having like possessed with demons or whatever, I don't know. And he's like having this attack and then he's just really scornful. And also again when he's on the water, um, there's a storm. He says, and so why have you wakened me? Have you not learned anything? And then he says to the storm, like, be quiet. And then it's quiet. And then he also, and then he is like, do you still not have faith? And so he's always talking about the level of faith. And that's something that I learned from that. And that was like, I guess, key, where, because I couldn't believe that although people, I was going to church, that God was not able to heal my mother. Uh, I, I, it had to be, I had to, there was something missing why she wasn't being healed or and so I went to the scriptures and they told me it was all about level of faith. Now I knew I had faith. I don't know if I had enough faith. That's a good question. I thought I had. And that's another weird thing because I do have faith. Although you have to be like sometimes your emotions seem to be like that's another thing like my sometimes you can be traumatized like when you're taken away as a baby from your mother you can and then you there's some things that are really scary to death, even though they're like not more scary than other things, maybe even less scary, but those things scare you really 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 badly. And I had that with a few things. And one of the things was, of course, like I was staying away from my mother as a baby, so I really want to take care of my mother and help her and stuff. But um, and then your emotions they become so strong. There's like um, there, it's like you can have an emotion that is juxtaposed to your faith, although you still have the faith. And there's nothing that I've been thinking on lately. Like, what is faith? Is it faith feeling? Is faith? It is. I think it is. This is a good question, actually. And Jesus says, like, if you have faith, and there's another quantifying moment, like, as much as a mustard seed, you can talk to this mountain, say, go up and go into the sea. So, and that's like E is MC square, right? Like, there's so much energy in this, like lifting up a whole mountain. That's like the power of an atom bomb. But actually, in a mustard seed, there is, if you look at E is MC square, like if, and this is another thing I was thinking about, like basically, E is MC square, and I've been thinking about it because electrons, like light goes into electrons, it comes out of electrons. So I'm pretty sure that electrons are light um, that just goes around the nucleus of an atom together with other lights, and then we call it an electron. And if E is mc squared, that means that even the neutrons and protons that are in there, they become energy, right? Light, right? Or at least some kind of radiant energy. So basically, um, the amount of faith is important. And I felt I had that I had faith for the healing of my mother. I may not have been, I didn't see myself like a faith healer. Like, or although after in school of ministry, there was this guy, he had like a broken, like he had a broken leg or something. He had like, um, uh, um, he was in a cast, and I came out of school of ministry, and we had like this whole Holy Spirit moment and stuff. So and I touched his leg, and he's like, "Oh, I felt something." And and the thing is, like, of course, why not? Like the Holy Spirit, it's the Holy, it's not me, it's the Holy Spirit, right? If the Holy Spirit on you, then that will happen. And yeah. Anyway, but the thing is, I guess, like, I think for me it was like sometimes you're too close to the fire, you know. It's like, um, I know that's a right saying, but it's like praying for healing for your own mother. It's just messes you up, you know. It's like, I don't know, you and anyway, I believe that my mother could get healed, that God could do it, that God would do it. Um, but I guess like my way of doing it was maybe more like through knowledge, because I just so yeah, this whole journey became more about became no, it didn't become more, it just I started to realize that maybe this that there might be like the thing is, like, if you want to cure like, oh yeah, this is not, oh, this is really important. So I learned about my mother's life a little bit. I got some pictures, and one of the pictures I had was when she was like in school. I know she was like 14 years old or something, and she looked so pristine, like she had perfect clothing and hair and everything. She looked so like 100% like healthy. And I started to ask around, like, well, she took care. She had like, there's one brother, older brother, full brother, and then she had like four or five, yeah, five, I think five younger brothers, half brothers that she took care of. My mother took care of five. I mean, that's what what girls used to do when they had like little brothers, right? So they had to take care of them. So she took care of all those little brothers, babysitting them and whatever. Like, she was like a secondary mother to my grandmother, right? So she had to do all that work. And then I heard from others that she worked at, like, saying, there's like a clothing store and all these things. So she was, and also she was like one of the best in her class, which is like that makes sense. Like, I, I was the best, I was third in my class actually, but those were really three. There were like four really smart people in my class, and I was like third. And the smartest, like, she had like zero mistakes on like the test. She had like 200 out of 200, and then the second had like 183 and 183. No, I had 183. No, she had a bit more. 100. Anyway, she 186. She had a bit more than me. Anyway, um, and like, how can my mother be sick now, unable to speak, and be the smartest in her class and take care of five brothers? That means that there was a point where she, in her life, where she was not sick. So she became sick. Now, there's another, and this is all I'm saying. This is like, it's like, should have this pipe, it's like Sherlock Holmes. I'm like investigating, using logic, seeing, making angles, like, what is going on here? What is that? And so she was not sick. This is really important. So she became sick at some point, and I'm so tired. I have to watch out with, keep. So she was not sick. And she became sick actually, right when she was like, got pregnant with me. So it's also very interesting. Um, so the logic is like, oh yeah, that's the thing I want to say. So, and like I said, like when you go, like I'm just gonna use the term crazy people. When normal people see crazy people, like really crazy people that are like in a nut house making all these weird movements, and they're like in this another world, right? And they're saying weird stuff. You know that there's something really going on in their brain that shouldn't be going on. And and the thing is, like, for a long, long time, and for most of the world, it's still yet, but like I might know the answer, but not some other people too, but for a long time, nobody knew what that was. And so what people thought, well, it's hereditary. And there is some truth to that because, and I know there was a couple of years ago, even there was like this social worker I was talking to, and was very enthusiastic. I want to have kids and stuff. And he was like looking at me weird, like, do you want to have kids? Really? And I'm like, what's he talking about? But the thing is that my mother was extremely sick, really, really sick. And then so most people think that it's hereditary. It's like something that you just are born with, or you're born with it, and then you can get it in later in life. And although you didn't have it earlier, you weren't born with it as a baby, but then later, 20 years later, when you're 20, when you can still get it, and it's still something in your genetics, although they don't have no clue what it is. That's the only thing that people can think of. Oh, it's genetic. Now, there is a genetic part in it, but but that's like indirect. But the thing is that my mother wasn't crazy or um, didn't have this disease because of her genetics. Not really. Um, so the thing is, and this guy looked really like, do you want to kids? Yes, of course. And the thing is that, I looked it up, and of course it makes sense that a lot of people that have people in their family that have these diseases, there's a higher chance of their children or some of their children having it too. Now, there's a reason for that, and that's another clue actually. So one of the things I know about my mother, my family, and me, one of my well, my weaknesses is my immunity, because every year, I skipped it this year, but like even going to work, I have all these vitamins, ginseng and vitamin E and energy pills and Engligea and all this stuff just to keep me from like going to work and not being at home sick. And I have to keep it. I have to be very careful not to stay in the cold without a scarf or whatever, because I can get really, really sick really easy. And that's my one of my weak points. And I know that my mother, uh, I know that she had it too. I know some in my family too. So, and that it's not a big deal. Like having a cold every year is not a big deal, or like, yeah, it's not that a big deal. Like I'm smart. I'm like creative. I'm a nice guy. I have all this good stuff, and I'm really happy with. So I can have some, like, there's nobody's perfect, right? But the thing is that actually this immunity, this could be the one genetic defect that made my mother have this disease. And that is a trait that the immunity, because immunity is really important. Uh, what and it's also a clue why she got really, really sick when she got pregnant with me. So why did she get sick when she was pregnant with me, and why is immunity important? Now, this is where I was praying to God, like, show me what is going on. Because if you know what's going on, if I knew, because nobody in the world ever, and like, I need some water. I'm a sponge for information. You know, even as a little child, and that's a good thing that my mother was like. not taking care of me that perfectly. She was amazingly loving and and sweet, and she cleaned she cut my nails and everything. She took care of me. I had steak almost every day or whatever. I was was I had like so much toys and a really dirty house, but it was like we had a lot of cats, and I had a loving like my stepfather was really nice. But um I was watching TV all day long, and I even as a kid then, and like normally you put your TV your kids in front of TV to watch some cartoons, and now with all the channels you can there are channels that have cartoons on all day. But in those days cartoons were like once or twice a week you had a cartoon, you know? Like you're really lucky if you had a good cartoon. And children programs, yeah, there were some children programs every day, especially during the day. But they're very short, and they were not like most of them was like Ja Natuurlijk was a nature program. I was watching like foxes and birds and the birds and the bees, and I knew everything about how nature worked, how biology. I loved that, and actually I learned everything about the whole world from TV because I was like I would watch from when I got from school till I had to go to bed at like, you know, so I would watch TV all day long and I would learn all this stuff. And my school said, well, he knows everything, you know, he's not great at this and this, but he knows everything. So I knew that's why you know, I have a good, that's where I got a lot of my information from biology from because just watching TV, you know, and of course, you know, just school and stuff, but. And I had also had encyclopedia. I had like a medical encyclopedia or the human body. So there was encyclopedia for children about the human body. It was illustrated, beautiful artwork, and then you had like all the lymph system and the all the systems, and you had like also like I saw all the embryonic stages, and um like from a fertilized egg coming two cells and four cells and eight cells, and it was like he said all the stages, and so I knew a lot of about biology, but so I saw this. So I was praying to God. I said, God, help me. Like, if there is, if we can get, if there is like a reason why she's sick, show it to me. And then I came across this documentary. It was about a child that was given antibiotics 3 times in a row. It was a young child, I think 1.5 years, 2 years, very young, and it was beginning to speak and crawl, and it was behaving very normally. But it had something in the ear, like the ear was leaking. There was some fluid in it, so they gave it antibiotics, and that didn't work. So they gave it another antibiotics, and that didn't work. So they gave it another antibiotics. So and then in the end, the leaking ear had nothing to do with bacteria. But what happened to the child was it became severely autistic. It couldn't speak any word. The development of like starting to speak words, it wouldn't speak any words. It would start eating like you have like gypsum in the walls, you know, especially in America. You have all these like now you have it in offices here in Europe, but in they're like if you punch a wall, there is like cardboard, and then inside of it there is gypsum, and he started eating that, and it was like very artistic. And this mother, she had also like a bit like this, like Lorenza's old thing going on, because she was like, this is weird. My kid wasn't autistic. My kid wasn't autistic. It became autistic at like 1.5 years. and something happened to it. So she started to track back what happened, and she started to look in what happened up to this moment where it started, and then she realized that the child had 3 times antibiotics. And then she started to think about, well, could that have some side effect where my child became autistic? Now, a lot of doctors, no, antibiotics are not making children autistic. Yeah, you're saying what you're saying is wrong, and that's not true. There's no scientific proof that it's a fact. Well, not yet, maybe, but or maybe there is, but there are some research actually um, that does show that. But I'm going ahead of myself. But that's probably what people start shouting. But you're saying that cannot be true because it is not proven in a scientific way. Well, I've done like medicine tests. I got paid for it. I got paid a lot for it, and I did like over like a lot of them. They're very expensive, and the medicine tests like that, like double-blind tests that I did, they usually I had to spend like weeks in a clinic there was a bed and there was food and everything, and I got paid like a few thousand euros every time I did it. And there's a lot of time and effort. There are nurses, there are doctors, there's a whole big clinic around it. So there are million. It cost them. It will like a few hundred thousand, a few maybe a million, a few million, just to get one of those medicine tested. So saying that there is no medical proof. Oh, I have to set up my my power. Saying there's no medical proof is really unfair because proof is not cheap, actually. And another thing, for there to be proof, then you know it takes years and everything. And sometimes it's not unless a pharmaceutical company can make lots of money, lots and lots of money with creating a drug for it or having a drug for it. Why would they spend the money to do that? So that's a total unfair comparison. And that's the thing. Oh, I think that's what I was trying to tell earlier. So my whole life I watched my mother take loads and loads of medication. And these medication are there to help people like her with psychological problems, not cases. The thing is, they don't really do anything except make them like one of the ones that my mother had was like cisorinol. And the doctor said, well, you have so much of it, you can drop a horse with it. It was like sedative. She was just giving a sedative. And they need sedative. Well, I know I thought there was one reason, there was two reasons, and one of them was actually quite good because, like I said, she had the sleeping problem. And but the thing is that they give sedatives because if you're like in a nut house, I don't know what the right word is in English, but if you're in this facility where they treat patients with mental disorders that are really strong, there are like 30, 50, I know, a lot of people in one department, and there are one or two people that have to take care of them. These people, when they don't have those medications, the sedatives or this psycho whatever drugs, they can be a handful. You couldn't even manage one, maybe, or two without them. Like, and I know when my mother stopped using those things, she was like a lot of work for me. A lot of fun, but also a lot of worry, especially when she went out. I was afraid that people, like, she was started like, at one time it went wrong when she went out. It was one of the last times she went out, and she went to get some cigarettes. She went to the cigarette shop, but the price, she hasn't been out for a while, so the price was different, and she was like arguing with the lady. And then there was like a Muslim lady, and she had like a scarf, and she was pulling the scarf. And anyway, she was like, this was her without the heavy medication, right? It was a new version of her. She was more playful and funny. And yeah, and then the lady, because she thought my mother took something, which she didn't, she called police. And then also, no, the lady, she dropped my mother on the ground. And then the police came in, and then they found out she didn't took anything, and I was called, and I picked her up. So the lady did that just for nothing. But yeah, that I was worried for months, for years actually, that something like that would happen. And then it happened once. And yeah, she went out on the buses, and then she came, had to bring her back, and she peed in a cop car. And I mean, it was a weird time. But um so these drugs, they're more to keep them sedated, and like less chaotic and less, but they don't cure anything. They don't really like help them permanently. They don't improve the person. They're just like, it's like there's something wrong with the person, and then it's like you give them a band-aid, but the wound is still there, so it's really not doing anything, the band-aid. You're not healing. You're just being like, it's less, a little bit less worse. It's still terrible, but it's more manageable. uh and that's all it does. So these medicines, I don't call them medicines. They're like dirty band-aids, they're just like, and, it's more to manage the people. And like I said, like, it even makes them like, these people, they can't even enjoy life. Like, yes, it makes them more manageable, but they can't enjoy, they enjoy life less, even, maybe, because they're so heavy, these drugs. They mess with your mind also. So you already, your mind's already being messed with from one side, and then you add another thing to like, to fix it, but you're adding a lot of other crap on top of it, and problems mentally, like being yeah, like being sedated, being mentally whatever, foggy, or I don't know what, I never used any of those drugs. And I hate drugs anyway, because of course my mom had to take them. But I've seen my mom for years, so I know, kind of have an idea what was going on. But they didn't do anything, those drugs. So I wanted something. I thought, well, my mom she was one of the smartest in school, like me. Now I know that her mind was pretty good right there. So what happened? What happened? Now, so like I said, like I saw, like I prayed for it, I saw this video from this lady who was like researching her son, and it made me think about, like, well, I want to research what's going on with my mom, right? But and so she saw these antibiotics, and then she started looking, what do antibiotics do? Well, antibiotics, they kill bacteria. They don't kill viruses. They don't cure like illnesses randomly. They just like kill bacteria. Now, if those bacteria are causing a problem, then you can take away the problem. Like if the ear infection was actually from a bacteria, like the first time they gave the antibiotics, the ear infection would have gone away. The only way it wouldn't have gone away was as if the bacteria that was causing an ear infection was so powerful that the first antibiotics didn't work. So instead of like researching what was causing the problems in the ear, they gave them all these antibiotics. Every time that child got antibiotics, these bacteria killers, bacteria in that child and that baby's body were like being destroyed by these antibiotics. Now, what happens is when bacteria die, they leave spores, little eggs. So they die. Then food comes in, like this is in your like stomach, right? In your abdomen, in your darm, your gut, your guts. So food goes through your body, your stomach and then ends up in your gut, right? Now, what happens in your gut is your digestion. Well, actually, in your stomach where the acids are, and then in your gut, the leftover of that is something that you cannot really digest or do something with. And the great thing about that, and this actually happens in the soil too, bacteria can do more than we can. So some of the things that we eat, we ourselves cannot really digest, but bacteria in your gut can transform them into something that you can use. Those are good bacteria. So these bacteria, and there are like billions of them, but they're really small, and it's like, and they live there, and that's fine. They're good. If you're a normal, healthy person, that's fine. You actually need them. Like without them, you would have you. I don't know if you would even survive because they give you. They have certain function. They create things in your body that you need, like serotonin and whatever. But so they live there and they create that. But if there are good bacteria, there could be some bad bacteria, right? Now let's look at a bacteria that you might know, and that's like uh, they create alcohol. They're like in beer. The in Dutch is biergist. I don't know what it's in English, but it's like yeast for beer. And they create and what they do when they create beer, at my work I create beer, but I package it. But but the thing is that when you make beer, you take like something that you can turn into beer, um, like I think they have anyway, and then you add the yeast to it, the that makes the alcohol. What those are, the yeast, are the actually bacteria that eat that product, and they eat it, and it's like, I don't know what the English word is like. Um, well, you know how beer is made, right? So they turn that they digest it, and then one of their products that they create, um, as waste, is alcohol. Now we all know alcohol. You can do a lot with alcohol. Alcohol you can, like when you get it, like when they take blood, they clean the wound with alcohol, right? So alcohol is actually something that kills bacteria. Actually, it can like clean it out. But alcohol, you also know that you can get very tipsy from it, or you can even get drunk from it. But have you realized that when you drink a beer, there's alcohol in the beer, right? And you drink it, it comes in your stomach. Now, how, if it goes in your stomach, now, okay, it goes in your mouth, but from your mouth it goes all the way down in your stomach, in your gut, in your body. How does it affect your brain? It has to travel from your stomach, from your gut, somehow to your brain. Well, and that's the thing with when you're drinking it, when you drink the alcohol, you put the alcohol straight into your body, in that area. It can go into your blood, and it ends up in your brain, affecting your brain. And this alcohol is like a toxin. It's intoxicating, right? So it changes the way your brain behaves, and it might help you relax. It makes you more easygoing, more outgoing. It makes you more um, uh, yeah. But if you drink too much, it really becomes really messy, right? You lose your self-control. So the parts in your brain, like the hippocampus, that controls your self-control, they get affected by alcohol a lot. And actually they loosen you up. So they make it work less effective or less stringent, right? So it changes your behavior, because it changes your brain. So this alcohol is actually the opposite of the toxin that was working in my mother. Um, and how so there is another bacteria that's not in beer. It's the group. It's called Clostridium, and they create a PPA. That's like propionic acid. It's a bit like alcohol, but when it goes so it's in your gut. There's Clostridiums. When you eat things like bread or whatever, the same things actually that are used to make beer. When you eat those things, they come in your body, and those Clostridium, they think, hey, this is our food source, or sugar. They love sugar. Hey, this is sugar, and they're gonna eat the sugar, and they're gonna turn the sugar into not alcohol, but in that PPA, that propionic acid. It travels through your body like the alcohol did, comes also in your brain, but instead of, and also affects things like the hippocampus, but instead of like making you more easygoing, it does the opposite. It makes you less easygoing. It's like it makes you more fearful of social. Like, when you have alcohol, you become more less socially awkward, and you're like, hey, what's going on? Yeah, we're gonna party. Yeah, well, it makes you really easygoing. Well, this PPA, it makes you like more more self-aware, more fearful, more it makes you more of the social anxieties that you have, makes them over exaggerated. So where the alcohol makes your brain work in a way where it's less efficient, now the PPA makes your brain work in a way that seems more efficient, but in a way where it's like it makes you overstimulated when it comes to like social situations, and more fearful or less confident, or well, less you know you're more careful about what you do or say or whatever. Now, and that's just one of the parts um, that this compound PPA, what it affects. And so what this lady had, her child became um, it had ASD. So um, it had all the symptoms, um, and they did actually. So she did this research that was done on rats, and they gave these rats PPA, propionic acid, in the brain, in the body, and they started behaving also like they had ASD. So the same behaviors where I said like they are less social, they don't like rats. You might have noticed that rats are really social. When you put two rats in like in an area together, they will huddle up together to keep themselves warm, and they feel safe together. Like a lot of animals. My cat, she loves to like, well, sometimes she's like just loafing around far away from me, but occasionally, especially at night when I sleep, she starts sleeping on my arm, or when I'm on the couch, she starts sleeping on my chest, or on my leg. Um, Rats are like that, where they huddle together. But when you give a rat this PPA, this propionic acid, they keep running in circles. They're very active, overactive, and they stay away from each other. So they have this typical behavior. And so what I did when I heard this whole story, I was like, well, my mother doesn't have ASD, right? Right? And then I started to realize that all these things that they were talking about, how um, that my mother actually was behaving in the same manner. She it was really, she never liked it when strangers came in her room. She hated it when, well, hated it. She never felt comfortable with other people. And she was really easily overstimulated, especially with people she didn't know. Um, Me, she could tolerate, but she had me as a baby, right, her whole life. So uh, she wouldn't talk to me, and all these things that this propionic acid does, it seems to have that she has, and I did a test for ASD, and she actually had a pretty, she scored on all the points. But what the doctor said that she had chronic psychosis. Now I think because they gave her chronic psychosis, and because it's like a much, because she had the thing where she was saying things like, "Oh, I'm a goddess" or whatever, or I cannot do these things from her. It's like she had this psychosis thing where they didn't. It's like it's hiding the fact that she has all these other symptoms. And it made a lot of sense. Like, she used to be healthy, a healthy brain, healthy person, best of her class, taking care of all her brothers and working, living on her own. And then she became pregnant. And then they took her to the Endegeest nut house for the first time. And then in a nut house, Endegeest, they talked to her, they did tests on her, and it came back that she was pregnant, and then it sent her away. Why did it send her away? Well, I don't know, maybe they realized that maybe her symptoms were because she was pregnant, she was acting differently because she was pregnant, whatever, or she didn't want to keep her in a nut house with giving her medicine while she was pregnant. I don't know, they just sent her away. But now, why if anything, why did this happen while she was pregnant? Why is that another clue? So I was talking about Clostridium and the antibiotics. So having uh, the antibiotics, what they do, they destroy all the bacteria. And this is another important clue. Clostridium actually survives antibiotics. You cannot kill the Clostridium with the antibiotics. So let me give an example. So I just bought some rose bushes. I'm gonna plant them in my garden. My garden, since I've lived here, I haven't had time to do anything, and now it's getting nice weather, so I'm gonna rip up all the tiles and then plant them. But there's a problem. There's lots of how do you call them? There are plants already there, but they're not good plants. How do you say them? They're like the bad plants. So we have the bad plants there, and I want to put the good plants there. Now there's a problem. If I put the good plants there, the bad plants are gonna compete in the soil for water, for food sources, minerals, etc. that they need. Water, of course, like I said, even sunlight. So when you put like something, when you have something good, like the good bacteria, and you have something bad, like the bad bacteria, if you put them in the same spot, the same area where they can compete for resources like food, then they will interfere with each other growth. If my rose bushes are standing there and the other plants that I don't like, I mean, it's better than nothing right now. I like that there's some greenery in my garden, but there's some and a few little flowers there and there, here and there, but you know, it's mostly just like weeds. Weeds, that's the question. Yeah. So these weeds, I mean, they're plants, they're fine, but they compete in that garden of mine, that little spot, for resources. Now, this can be good, this can be bad. It depends on what you want. Um, if I want less weeds in my garden, by putting the rose bushes there, they are being repressed because now the water that my rose bushes take, and I mean they're like 1 meter high almost. Yeah, they're pretty big rose bushes. They will take some water. Then there's less water for the bad ones, the weeds. So the bad ones now can no longer grow as well as when there were no rose bushes. Um, So what happened to my mother, and this kind of speculation, but when a woman is gets pregnant, when she was pregnant with me, my DNA is partially her DNA and partially my biological father's DNA. So I'm a new person, and as such, my DNA is not really accepted by my mother's body. I am a different body. I have this discussion a lot with people who support abortion. They say, my body, my choice. Well, it's not your body, it's a new body, right? Even the egg is your body, it has your DNA. But as soon as the new DNA comes there, there is one cell, your egg turns into a new cell. Well, it's the same cell, but it has new DNA. And then it splits, it becomes two cells with unique DNA. And one of those cells actually, those two cells used to be your egg, but now they are the two new cells of, of, of a living human being inside of you. So it's no longer your body, it's a new body in your body. And some people refuse to acknowledge that because it's inconvenient. But that's the fact. And actually, uh, your body would reject that new person in you because it doesn't, it's now a foreign body. It's actually a virus or something for your immune system. So your immune system has to lower its standards. It has to lower your body. A woman's body is immune system is lowered when she has a fruit. When she becomes pregnant, from the moment that happens, her immune system just drops. And you can see, I heard stories from like one or two women in the church that I was been for a long time. They almost, well, died. I don't know if they almost died, but they had to choose be, between like keeping their baby or taking like some drugs to fight off some virus that came up, and they already had it, but their immune system was fighting it. But because when they got pregnant, suddenly their immune system was not protecting them against it anymore. So um, my mother's immune system, and we already have a bad immune system. My mother had probably even worse, and maybe even worse immune system than me. I don't know, or just bad like me. But my immune system, it's not like I'm like actually like most things I can handle pretty well. But it's like when it comes to bacteria, it's like uh my body is not doing it's not doing anything with that. My body handles bacteria really like it doesn't, like they don't exist or something. Like it doesn't fight bacteria. It doesn't. I have to take my vitamins to boost my immune system a lot. I have propolis. That's my biological father's idea. I have propolis. I have echinacea, which actually would hurt me before, but now I'm used to it because it would like it boost me so incredibly. I would get pain everywhere, but now I'm used to it and kept me. I haven't been sick this year, and I've been able to work, so this was really good. So my mother had this bad immune system. Then she got pregnant. That bad immune system was even lowered. Like I said, really bad against bacteria, probably like me. And I know that because, um, I mean, yeah, um, in my family, I can see that we all have we're not good with bacteria. So, so if that's, so her gut Now I don't know if she had antibiotics for something or a vaccine or whatever happened. What she did tell me once she got when I gave her the medication, she started telling her story. She has told me stories about that she worked at like an old folks home, and I can imagine like if that is true, if that's not just something she said, like uh having she got maybe exposed to some bacteria. I don't know, but the thing is that for some reason all everything came together and her body these bacteria just took over. And that's the thing, like right now I have tiles in my garden. If I remove the tiles, now suddenly there's a lot of extra sunlight coming into my garden that's now blocked by the tiles, right? So if I wouldn't put in the rose bushes and I would, then all the light would come, like there would be like 80% more light or 90% more light on my garden. And where there are like tiles now, there are some roots, there are already plants there, but they have very little space to like grow from like the edges of the tiles in between. Now suddenly, like I'm sure that in a couple of weeks, my whole garden would become like one big jungle because they've been waiting for this to happen like for years, right? So, and that's what happened with my mother. So this Clostridium took over, and maybe there were a lot of bacteria. Maybe she wasn't just like she just got. Now the bacteria, because of her low immune system, they had a field day. They could just grow, 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 and grow. And now suddenly that small amount of PPA that she was getting from a small group of Clostridium that she was in her body, now it went like tenfold, hundredfold, I don't know. So people start to notice her mental decline, her mental changes, that she was wrong with them. They recognized that she was like acting crazy. Um, I can tell a very nice story. My mother had a date, and or she had a friend, and she had a date with him, like that they would meet at Central Station here in Leiden. And she was expecting him. She was waiting for him, and she had some flowers, but he didn't turn up. So she started handing out, and this was flower power time, right? Like 1972. So she was handing out these flowers to people at Central Station. And my grandmother, she saw her doing this, and she took her to like the Nothouse and the Geest, where they started like researching her. And she was, no, I'm perfectly right. And she was like putting cigarettes on the table and like showing how she could like put them like on straight and without falling. And you're like, I'm fine, I'm fine. And but now I know that could have been just like coincidence that she was doing that, handing out flowers after a boy didn't turn up and stuff. And maybe she wasn't crazy at all. Maybe my grandmother just saw something that wasn't there. But the fact uh, that that was not the only thing. I think there must have been more than that, and maybe that behavior was part of it. I don't know. It to me doesn't even sound that crazy. The behavior is something I would do, whatever. But uh, whatever my grandmother saw, she brought her to the Endergeest, and um, and she got like they started to try to diagnose her, send her home when she was pregnant, and then later on, after I was born. I was taken away because, well, my mother didn't have a man in her life. My biological father was unknown. Uh, Now I know it's who it is, but I didn't know it. That they didn't. Nobody knew. So they took me away, and because they felt that she couldn't take care of me, probably again because there was something wrong. They saw something wrong with her. Now I know that from that moment, always she's been involved with Endergeest, and she got medication. So yeah, um, and she was always crying. So there was she had a problem, but um, I mean, it wasn't even that bad because she took care of me. We went to Amsterdam, and she took me on trips to the zoo, and we went in the city. We sat and had coffee, and well, she had coffee. I had like milkshakes and stuff, and tosties and saute, and we went almost every day. We went into the city, and we got and then she got pregnant again when I was like 11, 12. Yeah, 11. And she was just sitting on the couch, staring to the distance, and she was really, really. It was even, yeah, I don't know. So and that's the thing. Like it looked like her second pregnancy made it worse. Uh, it's hard to say because, of course, it could be she was that worse before and I just didn't notice, but it seems that yeah, yeah, she was able to do stuff before her second pregnancy that wasn't happening since her second pregnancy. So I think that the Clostridium, this bacteria, again went up to another level in her body with more of this propionic acid going through her brain, and and that's the way she was ever since. So now these are all really nice ideas to have that I have. Like it's like who done it. Like it's like you're following the crumb trails and then seeing what's going on. Now after seeing all these things, this documentary, after I was praying for it and um, piecing together all these things that happened right after her pregnancies, that she got sick and more sick after the second one, and that things start to make sense. But there's one thing, you need proof, and actually, what I really wanted was get my mother healed, right? So I started praying again because now, after I had this um, sorted out, that this is probably what is going on with my mother, that she probably also had this bacteria, this Clostridium bacteria, and this PPA, propionic acid, in her brain. And I had this theory that she was affected the same way as that child. Uh, and um, and they were trying to treat that child, the mother that found this out. She had her kind of like their own Lorenzo's oil moment. Of course, she tried to attack this bacteria, and like I said, and this is she was able to get an antibiotic, a special antibiotic that is actually only allowed in the last resort when because the thing is with antibiotics is that they're overused. People go to the doctor, they have a virus, and they say, well, I need medicine. They get antibiotics for a virus, right? Antibiotics can never ever cure a virus, and they get antibiotics. Like I said, like the child, he had something in the ear, and they gave him 3 times antibiotics, which is just crazy. And and that's the thing, like like I said, like let's say um, I put my roses in my garden, right? And then I take out the tiles, and then in 2 weeks, boom, my whole garden is overgrown with um, these weeds, and I can't even see my rose bushes. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, I don't like this. You know, I was able to see in my garden. I have all these horrible plants there that I wasn't. I just want my rose bushes to do well, so I go to the shop and I buy one of those sprayers, and and I start spraying all this stuff on my weeds, and it goes into the soil and start killing the weeds. It start killing the rose bushes because the rose bushes are plants too. So if I kill the weeds, I'm probably, I can spray it on the weeds, but it's gonna go, how can I miss it's gonna end up killing the rose bushes. So now everything is dead. But now here's this thing. I didn't know that when I started, but one of the weeds, one type of weed, didn't care about that stuff that I was using. So when I was like killing all the plants, the good ones, the bad ones, that one said, "Well, hey, what's happening? Like I got guys, we got all the water, we got all the sunlight, we got all the minerals, we got all those worms crawling around there making air in the ground. This is going to be great." So they start to reproduce like crazy because, well, there's sun and whatever. It's like springtime. And I end up like 2 weeks later, again, boom, my whole garden is full of weeds. And that one weed that survived. And that one weed that survived, let's say, it's like nettles. It it like it's like horrible to the touch, like you get like stinged by it when you like, and maybe it's smelly and whatever. It's like there's something wrong with it. And it's terrible. And now it's even worse. My rose bushes are gone. The nice little like whatever I was going on there with all the weeds is now like one big like nettle bushes, like ugly nettle bushes standing there and pricking me whenever I come near them, and they're just the last thing that I wanted. Now that's what happened when you use the antibiotics. So when they did the antibiotics on the kid, they destroyed all the bacteria except for the Clostridium. So the Clostridium said, "Hey, wait a minute, there's a lot of food. Hey, let's make some more Clostridium." So they used up all the food that was now not being taken by any other bacteria, created more and more Clostridium, and that's probably what happened with my mother too. When her immune system failed, they were like, "Hey, look, nobody's fighting back. Her immune system, it was already so bad and so funny. Ha ha ha, stupid immune system was not working. Now it's even worse. Let's go out and make more of us." So and then and then they gave the kid another antibiotics, even more. So again, they killed all there were a few good bacteria trying to regrow, but now they got killed again. Clostridium again was like, "Whoa, hey," they cleaned that house again, man. Like, let's double and triple again because nobody is there to take our food. They did it for a third time. And that's when the kid got really, really sick because now the whole gut was full of this Clostridium creating PPA. Like, we all have a bit of it, but now this kid has like the antibiotic cures, the have treatments, have created the situation where again and again and again all the other bacteria were removed, making one bacteria overgrow and create one of those really nasty toxins. Now, so this is what I got from the oh yeah, so again, so this lady, of course, she needed her like oil, her treatment for her child. So she tried to destroy that bacteria, Clostridium. But like I said, like antibiotics don't really kill Clostridium. It leaves like seeds, and then it comes back really quickly, even if you remove it. She got after like it was really hard writing letters to so many doctors. One doctor said, "Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna see if we can get rid of this Clostridium." So they got like one. So they got rid of it, I think, for 4 months, and it came back. But for those 4 months, the child actually started to recover. And we're talking about eye contact, words, behavior. And so you can see that it's not just, hey, maybe it's this. Once you start treating the bacteria, once you start killing them or suppressing them or somehow giving, you will see an improvement in the mental abilities of that person. Now, that's exactly what happened with my mother, but the like I said, she had to spend so much time trying to get all these doctors. I need to get some water. It's gonna get good now. All these doctors to get that one antibiotic, and it only worked for 4 months. So I was like, well, I need something that really works. I need a real medicine. So I started praying to God. And again, God gave me like a vision. He showed me, that's a long time. He showed me like a vial or something, a vial with something in it. I think that was the vision. I hope I wrote it down somewhere or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it was something like a vial with something in it. So I'm like, wait a minute, there's like something that there there's something that I can give my mother like a medicine, right? So actually, I ended up getting that vial. I had a vial later. So I had like a bottle of that stuff that I started giving my mother. But anyway, uh, I prayed, and then I started, and also like some things came in my mind. I started in my mind, and I started googling for something, and I found another lady. She also had a child, a bit older child. She was treating. She had also she prayed also, and God showed her this medicine, and it is a bacteria killer. It is used to kill bacteria in hospitals. It's put in water, actually, drinking water. So, um, but it's not, and it has been used. Somebody was using it to actually for malaria. It's a really interesting story. It's been around for a long, long time. It's a very basic thing to have. It's been around for, like I said, it's been tested on humans. It's safe. Um, uh, I got it online. I I was able to get a few bottles of it, and it tasted horrible. It smelled horrible, like chlorine or something. It wasn't chlorine. It was something different, but it tasted and smelled like it. It was really bad. So my mother hated taking it, and that's in the end why she stopped taking it. And I tried probiotics and everything. But when she did take it, I know one of the first times she took it, She got really tired. She wanted to sleep. And I was thinking about, well, that is a response. And I realized that actually that the fact why she was only sleeping 4 hours, and why that there was all this activity in her brain. There was something that was really like I said, the rats also, like, they were running in circles in this when they had PPA. So it was like, um, it was doing something with the brain. And when I gave her this treatment for the first time, actually she found peace, because now her brain became more peaceful after she had less of this bacteria, or like this bacteria was gone for a bit for a while. I mean, they leave spores, so they will come back. I had to, it was um, but I had this, and another time I did it again, and also was treating with probiotics. I bought a lot of probiotics, and I was giving all these big pills. Also, she got tired of those too. But um, and I gave, but uh, at one point, she's like I said before, she started telling me her whole life story, things she never told me before, like for hours, like, and it makes sense because the bacterias were killed. So for a few hours, there was no the PPA in her brain. It was not there because the bacteria was not producing it. So as soon as that propionic acid was not being produced by the bacteria because they were dead, the those problems also went away. She was healed, and she was able to talk to me like normally. And of course she started telling me her whole life about her, like how she when she talked about her mother, how she left the house, she went to get a room, and all these things. For hours she talked about everything. And I was like, I was really tired for listening for hours. And and I so for a while, I every once in a while I would try to give her. Of course, I want to give her that medicine every day, but like I said, it was really, really, really disgusting to take. And like I said, it would come back, and she would have to like use it again, even just to get the relaxation to sleep, or to, So uh, in the end, my mother just refused taking it. But for a while, I did notice, I could see that there was a direct uh, effect, and it did work. And like I said, even the probiotics, which I really want to try that, because of course I know that just killing these bacteria with this thing was kind of like a big sledgehammer. Um, the good thing is that I found a new something that can actually that works better. I wish I would have known that then, but it's something that um, actually I found. I saw like a video of this thing killing bacteria, even viruses, and it's it's so common. And I was feeling the impact myself when I ate this. It is actually a food. And now I realized, um, when what happened, that I had this soul food. And I know when I was like, I had, when I did like, I was like delivering mail. There were like days where you had to go out in the rain and the cold, and it was like sometimes was the sun there, but sometimes, and you were so tired from, and then I went to go get like a roti, and yeah, the roti roll was a bit cheaper, was like 4 or 5 euros, and it became more and more expensive later on, but it was like 4 or 5 euros in those days. So I got that, and I would just eat that, and I just feel at peace. There was so much, my whole stomach felt like cozy, like there was a warm blanket, like, and like I just feel like so, like whoa, it's like my soul food, you know. And that was my go-to thing. Like if I had a really rough day, one thing I wanted, like, want to get the roti roll, and uh, and I just saw a video on it. They put a microscope and there were bacteria, all these viruses swimming around, and they put turmeric uh, on the petri dish, and you could just see all those little swimmers like die out, stop moving. And so now there are things that kill bacteria, of course, but basically turmeric is part of curry, you know. So all the people in India that are eating curries all the time, they're just killing their bacteria and viruses that are in their body, and it's amazing because it actually kills the bad ones and not the good ones. So uh, it's probably much better than what I was using because that was just indiscriminate. It was just killing bacteria. Um, but if you can actually like focus fire on the bad ones, then and you can stimulate the good ones, then actually, like I said, like it's like the garden. Like if I can get rid of all the weeds, like if I weed whack them with my weed whacker and I target them and I get rid of them and get all the roots out of my soil, and I put like nice little flowers there next to my roses, then the rose bushes will survive because now I have really had a whole plan to like target the bad ones and save the good ones. So I've been, and now I have like five super professor assistants with AI, with Grok and Gemini, and of course the ChatGPT and DeepSeek. And I have another one that I use in my programming language, but in my editor, Visual Studio Code. And I can, I'm asking, like, I'm not just even just using one because they're kind of limited at one. This is, oh, we exceeded the limit for today, but I just go to another one, right? So I did paid I had paid ChatGPT for a few months, but for a month or two, but I thought, well, why pay for it if I have five of them, four or five that I can use as much as I want now, and I liked maybe one will tell me something different. Like it's like why have one advisor if you can have five, like you know, four or five. So and actually, the things that I was thinking of and everything that I've learned from these documentaries of the research, actually, they are really um, the research in PPA with rats, everything is confirming all those things, and all um, the treatments and ideas is giving me actually a lot of extra treatment ideas. Like I said, like I think lactobacillus, that's one of the good bacteria that you can buy. It's like I think I just bought one of those the Yakult thingies, and you know there are lots of things that you can do. And like I said, like I even feel at ease when I eat curry. And the trick is the pepper because pepperine, black pepper, it when you add it to the turmeric, the curcuma, it increases its power by I think 2,000 times. Yeah, yeah, that sounds crazy, but like 2,000 times. So if you would eat curry without black pepper, you might not even notice it. But if you put like even on my at work, there was like I could buy curry, and I took from like two little bags of pepper that they were that you can always take, and I put the two pepper on the curry. Now it was like it was green curry. I could hardly see the curry anyway. But like I'm like, it's not gonna work, and but the black pepper enhanced it so well that I just got sleepy on my work. I'm never sleepy at work. I'm never sleep. Yeah, I sleep when I'm tired. I sleep. I sleep great, but I was actually sleepy at work. I even run a red light in the morning because I was so sleepy, which never happens. I hit somebody, but it was a really nice person. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening with me. I never that sleepy, I never run a red light. I don't like, so I have to be careful if I keep doing this that I have to deal with being sleepy while I'm like on the roads and stuff. And anyway, but mm, and everybody has this Clostridium. Some have it a lot, some have it less. And I mean, you could say that if it makes you extra like active, that could be good, right? But it's like drinking coffee or something. It makes you extra active. But like if you look at it influences your brain also in it makes you less social. Gives you more social anxiety. All these things. It makes you more fearful of things. So being a bit more chill is actually really helpful, even though I'm more tired. But the thing is that um, I'm still looking into this. Um, Now this is for my app, but I'm gonna talk in a second about the app too. I'm all over the place, but we're gonna see if I talked about everything. So this is started talking about the app that I want to do. So for a long time, I thought about like, look, I I prove my I kind of for myself in a very small way, and in a small way I mean like normally when you do research, you take like as much you do a lot of tests on multiple tests, and then if your ideas are right, those tests will show it, right? There will be proof. Now, I did want, it wasn't a test because I just want to cure my mother, I just wanted to want to heal my mother or improve their life in some way, which kind of happened. And it was like an act of desperation, right? But like the Lorenzo's oil, or this mother with her child with autism, or the other mother with a child of autism who like prayed and she got this medicine. It's like when you're a parent or you're a child and you have a family member. It's not about research. It's not, well, it is, that could be it, but it's more about helping that family member, right? So I just was hoping to maybe get something done and improve my mother's life. Now, uh, it was exciting for me to see this change in her, to finally hear her hear yeah, hear her life story from her. I wouldn't. She told me things I would have never known. Um, but it's really a breakthrough discovery. It's not something that, and the way it was with the regrowth, the seeds, the what's it called? The bacteria being so hard to destroy, and then having something that can attack it, but it really is. is really not fun to take. It's really bad tasting and whatever. And then my mother being so sick that it was hard for her to even realize what was going on and that it was good for her. So, and as a child, I couldn't force her to do it. Like I could ask her, but in the end, she didn't like these pills that I gave her with the good bacteria. I mean, I had a lot of them. You know, but in the end, she didn't want to take them all the time. So it was really hard to have good effects with that. And um, so for the last couple of years, I was thinking like, well, what if I could research it? What if I could actually prove or find a better way to use this knowledge? Because for me, like even with my mother, these moments that where she spoke for a couple of hours right after I gave her this medication was proof for me, at least, that I was on the right track, right? That and with right track, I mean that these bacteria were producing this PPA and that they were affecting her brain. And now the thing is that my mother officially was not diagnosed with autism, ASD. She was officially diagnosed with uh, chronic psychosis. Basically, she was mad, right? Now, being mad, and I spent I visited for 10 years, over 11 years. 11 years I visited my mother at Endegeest, the nut house, right? And that's a big one. This is well known, actually, we know it in the whole of Holland. We know the nut house, Endegeest. Well, I think that's famous because it's so big, and probably have a lot of those people here in Leiden. But I've been there. From when I was like 14, I started going there. And yeah, 13, 14. And the thing is, like, when you see people that are acting like that, it's so weird. And it's scary. I understand that most people feel very uneasy seeing somebody acting that way, and that's I think that's the whole thing. There's like, I don't know what stigma is right, but it's like when something is scary, you're like, I don't want to go near that, like vagrants. I don't want to go near that person because maybe it's like that's very natural. Like you don't want to get infected with with whatever that person has. Like like when something scares you, you stay away from it. It's very natural. I understand why. Like. Uh, But for me, visiting my mother and everything, it was very normal. I was like, I was a baby when I saw her cry, and I've known her my whole life. It for me, she was just who she was. Seeing the other people like that was a bit weird, yeah. But I realized, of course, I wasn't hard for me to accept that they were like my mother or something like my mother, where they had this problem with their brain. Now, the question is, or was whatever PPA was doing with this person that had ASD also giving the problems to my mother, and I kind of proven that it was by testing it, curing her, although it was short. And now I know that there might be even that there well, I not might be. I know that there is a way to cure people with who are mad, who are like have this severe mental disability because of, and not all disabilities, but that is effect that is from this PPA propionic acid, and it might not be just, and that it's not just ASD, but a group of, if not all, but at least a group of these people that are spending their lives there, and so for me, like I always want to help my mother and give her a better life, right? But the thing is that now that she's gone, like, of course, I want to live my own life. I want a family, and that's what I'm focused on. But I have to work. We all have to work, right? So I can work in a factory. I can make software. I can do all sorts of things, you know. Um, why not? For me, it was like, well, maybe if I should try to get rich, if I can get rich, I can make a fund. In Holland, we call it stichting, a fund for my mother for her disease to see if we can actually cure it. Like, us, if you know where it's coming from, like, we never know where it was coming from. They thought that maybe it's genetic or it's this or that, or looking in the genes, like, oh, it's this part of the genes or it's this part of the genes, and they had no idea. And maybe there's some genetics there, but I think it's just maybe just being having a bad immune system. Now, there might be more things, but we have to find it out, right? But let's say it is simply, or, or largely or partially, it's this PPA, this propionic acid, that is causing, not only with my mother, but with a lot of people, not just a lot of people have mental health problems, could be just having bacterial problems in their gut. Now, normally when you have a gut problem with your bacteria, yes, they will treat it, right? So why are we not treating this? Well, there's a lot of things going on. Like I said, like, um, it's a really, from I mean, like, there are doctors working on this, right? And they are trained to look at it a certain way. They have data, information that they believe. Like, it is like this, it is like that. You know, like, you go to a doctor and you say, "Oh, hey, diabetics is curable." They're like, "No, no, diabetics is not curable." Um, the thing is that what they have learned, that's what they will die for. Like, that's what they've learned. That's the truth, right? There's nothing else is possible. And sadly, that's how some people think. But they don't realize that there might be things they did that might not have been discovered just yet, and there might be reasons for that. Like I said, like, when you see people like behaving weirdly, it weirds you out. It's like, what's going on? And people stop thinking. But the thing for me is, I never stopped thinking because I wasn't weirded out. I just want to help my mother, right? So, uh, and then there are all these, like I said, there are doctors that are trained a certain way to think a certain way, and then you have like the pharmaceuticals. They just want to find the next compound that they can put their rights on. Say, well, this is we discovered this. This is gonna help these people, and they can sell it. That's really, they want a cure? Well, if it lands in the lab, maybe, but actually, like, curing them is the last thing that they need, because then they cannot sell all these things they spend millions on, right? So, uh, are they really looking for a cure? Well, if they can make lots of money with it, like, if they found a cure that they could sell for 10, 20 years, and then after 10, 20 years somebody would be cured, but it was very expensive to make and difficult and very special, and they could make lots of money in those 10, 20 years, yeah, that would be interesting. But if it's like, if I find out that, like, uh, um, something something that they can, like, it's not, they have a very limited approach to things. They're trying to make profit for their shareholders, they're not really trying to cure people, they're trying to sell treatments. um and that's not even like to and that's fine. If you need treatments, that's fine, that's great. But what if there is a cure? it's not nobody's looking for the cure. So because people don't even realize there might be a cure. A lot of people think, oh, it's genetic. They're just born like this, or there's something wrong in their genes. So then after 10, 20 years, like there's something wrong. There was something wrong in my mother's genes. Why that when she became pregnant with me, suddenly she became like this mad person, you know? Well, her immune system, yes, there is that was wrong with her immune system, let her down. So when she got pregnant, her immune system became so bad that these bad bacteria took over and started making so much of this crappy PPA that her completely mind was like confused and working really bad. And the second time she just became like she was just like staring into the distance, and she was, well, no, I'm not, she was looking straight ahead, smoking a cigarette, and I don't know, there was, I don't know, it's really the thing is to really think about these things. uh you have to be like that, those Lorenzo or parents. You have to be really, really invested in actually finding a cure. Now, of course, um, these documentaries that I saw about these autistic children and these mothers that try to find cures for them and help them. There is something going on. There are doctors that did the tests on the rats. They're trying to figure this out. They're working on it. But like I said, like unless there is a very profitable prescription drug coming out of it, then not going to be backed by the big companies. They want to make big bucks. Why spend time on this? So another thing is the governments. They should be actually looking into this. The problem is that um, they're not doing it, and we have to see if we can. And the thing is, like, when things don't come from the official, um, um, how you say it, if the government expect that everything has to be cured with a medicine that's created by those big companies. And that's also a wrong way to think because, um, like I said, like the medicine that I was using for my mother, was around for hundreds of years. There was no money to be made on it. It was just readily available. I could just order it online. The thing I'm looking into now, one of the things is like the turmeric, and and if that is, I don't know, and I sadly I was never able to. I didn't know about it when our mother was there. I've tried things like I stopped giving her bread. Now bread and sugar are like the this is what Clostridium lives on. This is their food source. So if you take sugar and bread and all these things, carbohydrates, out of your diet, you're also killing the Clostridium. So, and this is what I've been looking into with. I'll look it up. So hopefully I can find it. I was thinking. I was looking at DeepSeek. What is DeepSeek? Do I have DeepSeek? Oh, DeepSeek is DeepSeek. Okay, let's see if we get DeepSeek here somewhere. Should there be a lot more? There it is. I'm pretty sure I installed DeepSeek. Am I overlooking it? The thing is, you can DeepSeek is an app. It's not on my browser. I'm pretty sure I had it. Did it disappear? Was it Gemini? Yeah, because I did this one on Grok. And this Copilot. Oh, wait a minute. I see DeepSeek here. There it is. Accept the cookies. Yeah, it works a bit different than the rest. Oh, you win. So, let's go, 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 go. Come on. Yeah, there's also an app, or this is the app. Look, 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 look. Here we got it. So, this is from yesterday, and this is from today. Uh, let's go over the today. So, oh, this is the app. So, okay, let's talk about the app, and then I'll go into more of the healing stuff or the treatments. So, like I said, I thought, well, what can I do? Well, I already know that this is helpful for not just autism, but also for these mental people like my mother, right? And there's a lot of them. So, and I know that there's incredible suffering there for these people, for their family. And these are also people that, shoot up school buildings and stuff. So, like, if we can handle mental health, severe mental health issues, even just a part of it, we will take away so much suffering, right? And it's like a tool in the devil's hand. Like these people are are suffering, the ones that are peaceful, and then there are also a few of them that are doing bad stuff. And a lot of that is coming from mental health issues. You have vagrants. I've worked with vagrants my whole life. I'm pretty confused that like most of them have mental health issues. Like, yes, sure, or they also have like addictions, but and the thing is that they have a few things. Like sometimes they have like trauma or mental health issues, and that drives them to use drugs or go into addictions to self-medicate because they have pain from trauma, etc. Um, but apart and then from the drugs, they get like maybe mental health issues because, well, it's not really good for your immune system, right? So anyway, it's a whole system where of deterioration where things get worse and worse. They had bad things going on in their life, traumatic things. They start to self-medicate with drugs. Then they stop eating well, living well. Their immune system drops. They get more and more mental health issues if they didn't already have them. It's the whole system. And So fixing this problem would be huge, 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 huge. And I've seen it my whole life with my mother. If I can help people that are suffering like her, then that's like, whoa, that will be like it. So I'm probably never gonna cure cancer or do anything special, but if I can do this, that will be just as huge, like it will be really huge. And um, now there is research, like if you hear, like here, uh, oh, this is the microbiome. Okay, so here, this is like a treatment thing that I asked AI to help me make. Um, so this is like an Instagram thing or something, like gut brain grocery list. All items are science-backed for microbiome balance. I mean, it's AI. They know what you're talking about. It's not just me, right? So I know some of this stuff, but I actually learned a lot. And I bought some of the stuff. I bought garlic, I bought onions, I had asparagus, because that's like a blood cleanser. Leeks prebiotic. Oh yeah, I should read what's here. Garlic, antibacterial, feeds good bacteria. So now you could take something like turmeric, curcumin, add like a lot of pepper to it, or well, just enough to activate it or enhance it, and you have a great meal. You can make some. You put it on your meat. You can put it in soup. But then you've killed some of those bad bacteria. But there's all this other stuff that you can do too. So here, uh, onions, prebiotic fiber. This feeds the good bacteria. Like if there are more good bacteria, then the bad bacteria they don't have less the space to take in less food. Asparagus is prebiotic, leeks prebiotic. So this is all foods. I'm gonna take some water because I'm getting hiccup. Now, I asked AI to give me some extra ideas, so it's coming up with broccoli, spinach, all these things that I never knew about. And I think I got everything of this. I don't know if I had this, but I have most of these things now I can build. And now I wouldn't say that I'm like severely autistic or have mental health issues, but we all have these bacteria in our system and we're all affected by it. And I must say, like, I just felt this really chill feeling after, like, eating the curries and stuff. And now I'm doing this, I feel a lot more chill. So, yeah, like, less anxiety is great. Okay, so blueberries, it's making this whole ideas of things you can do. Most of it is like prebiotics, things good for the brain. Um, Now here it says coconut milk. So, oh, that's another thing. Like pepper, pepper will enhance the power of curcumin, but fat, you need fat. So coconut milk is really great. So let's say you make a curry, you put curcumin in it. You can use the curry powder. That's already curcumin. You can add maybe extra curcumin if you want or not. You should add some black pepper. I don't know if other peppers, like maybe you can just do like spicy, make it really spicy. I know when I went to get my roti, was really I asked they had really spicy stuff there, and it was like burning my mouth. So I I think that's why it gives me such a good feeling because it really activated the curcumin in the roti, which is like of course curry. And but the coconut milk also, because of course you have to have some fat in there too for the curcumin absorption. Now you can do that also with oil. I'm not a fan of that. I don't love it, but it's like I would say if you use fats, try to use animal fats. Those are really great. So you can also like just bake some chicken and put the curcumin on it. Have some chicken. So chicken have fat in it, so or like even beef. Now, fermented foods. This is ook probiotics. It's also vitamin K is really important. But yeah, here lactobacillus and yogurt. I actually bought this kimchi. I bought this. I didn't buy sauerkraut yet, but miso. I bought this. So I know I'm gonna be really chill this week. But anyway, and turmeric, curcumin, black pepper, of course. Now it's making up some stuff, but I'm like, why not? I have lots of these things. Well, I have some cinnamon. I love cinnamon. Um, um, and the thing is, like, it's a holistic approach. Holistic meaning that you look at the whole person. You don't just look at one thing. Like, if you have a headache, you can take aspirin, right? Aspirin, really good. It works really well. Although you don't have to. It can be like it damage your liver if you do it a lot. But aspirin is a really nice little thing. It helps you for your headache. But some things cannot just be fixed with one pill, right? Like I mean, yes, you can try to attack this bacteria, but they will grow back. So if you don't want them to grow back too fast or too much, then you have to replace them with good bacteria to make it harder for them. And also not feed them. So if you have a big problem with this, like if somebody actually has severe mental problems or they think they have too much of this bacteria, you have to stop taking sugar. Now, I already have to stop taking sugar because right now I'm diabetic. So if well, I'm not officially diabetic because I don't use sugar, so it doesn't show up in my blood. But if I would take sugar a lot, it would show up in my blood because my body is still um, not removing the sugar from my blood, which is the reason why you get those problems. Um, so I can't really allow too much sugar in my blood. So I drink water. I have this water bottle. It's not showing up. Like, oh, I have to do like this. I have the water bottle. It's like mint. Oh, it's this one is actually cacti and a pear. What's pear? Anyway, it's like fruit. So fruit to flavor, but there's no sugar, no artificial sugar. It's just water with a little bit of taste to it, a fruity taste. It's really nice. It tastes sweet to me. I don't know why, because it shouldn't be tasting sweet, but it's maybe just my brain. Uh, but yeah, so also not eat. Oh, let's avoid these. It's here actually. So oh yeah, take probiotics. So you can buy probiotics in the store. You know, yeast. I don't know if like the cheeses are also useful. It's not talk about the cheese. I love cheese, but anyway. Uh, avoid. Now there are some like bread can have propionic acid in it because they're using it to make it. Artificial sweeteners, sugarless, aspartame, and refined sugars and flours. So if you love eating like breads and stuff, especially sugary breads or sweet breads or sweets, anything sweet, like and especially like sodas or a coffee with sugar or fake sugar even. That's not good for this. And I mean, you don't. The thing is, like, if you're very excited, it could be because of these things. It just excites you a lot and it gives you a bit of a mental thing. If you so it could be useful for anybody to try this. Maybe even ADHD or something. I don't know. Like I'm just throwing it out there. I have no idea really. But who knows how many things might be caused by the gut biome. Um, and that's what I wanted to, that's why I want the app. I want people to, like, the thing is, like, I thought I need to get, like, I got to be a millionaire or whatever, or like, uh at least, like, because if you start a fund, you cannot just start a fund and have no money, because the fund, there has just administration stuff, there are people have to work on it. Now you can work with volunteers, but eventually, like, especially if you want to do medical research, that's not going to be cheap. Doctors are not going to work for nothing. Labs are not going to run for nothing. You need money. So I thought, well, I need to get a lot of money. Now you can ask. Screen sharing is paused. What's going on here? Why is it? It says screen sharing is paused. I don't know how long that's been going on. Is it because I went to DeepSeek? Okay, I don't know if you guys are seeing any of this actually right now. So I don't know if I'm being, I'm recording right now. Okay, stop share. This is not good. Um, I don't know if I see. It looks like I'm still recording because I see a little red dot. So anyway, well, apparently the screen is not being shared, so just have a look at it. I don't know what was been going on with the screen, but for how long. But yeah, this is just a test run. Probably have to do it all over again when I'm not as tired and sleepy, but anyway, practice makes perfect. So here, this is what I was talking about, if you even heard that. But these are the, I asked, like, DeepSeek to make a little, like, Instagram list of what you can do. So there's a lot of, like, um, stuff to for the good bacterias. So once you get rid of the bad, and that's the thing with curcumin, the turmeric, it um, it actually attacks the Clostridium, the bad ones. The bad evil Clostridium, which makes the PPA, is actually kind of being targeted by the turmeric, and it seems to be leaving some bad. It's not as bad with the other bacteria. So, if that's true, I should know get more information about it. But this is great. This is a lot better than the stuff that I used on my mother. It's really attacking what is wrong with it. Now, black pepper, like, it's like 1,000 to 2,000 times stronger, and you need fats. So, like, coconut milk, or just put it on your meat. Pepper, fish, whatever, something that has some um, oils in them, or fat. Now, these are some things um, that are just good for you. Here, canned coconut. I've actually got that for curries. Fibers, lactobacillus. So this is are the good The probiotics, those are the bacteria that you need to take. And then no sugar and no fake sugars. I call them fake sugars, artificial sweeteners. So now this is an example, some kefir, that's like a yogurt with spinach. I don't know about that, but the berries sound great. Shea sheet's fine. Now salmon, great. Avocado, not that's the one of the things. Well, I don't hate it, but sauerkraut, that's interesting. I love sauerkraut. Olive oil. Well, you just make just the thing is more about like using things like in the list. You know, if you like them, like olive oil. I'm not a fan of that. I love sauerkraut, avocado, but it could be not maybe good with some things. Green tea, dark chocolate, walnuts. Those are great snacks. Although dark chocolate has sugar in it, so you can also just get like I make get some whole milk, get some cream with, and don't you put sugar in it, just cream. Add them together, get really creamy milk. Put some cacao powder in it. No sugar, of course. Turmeric, chicken curry, yes. That's it. That's the big deal. You can do it on steak. You can do whatever you, if whatever. Put some turmeric on it. Put some black pepper on it. But yeah, if you t but the turmeric is it has a very strong particular taste. You can do it's really mild and just like if I would like this turmeric chicken curry, that's great for like really like curry. But if you like, if I would do it like on something else, then I just had like some shrimp and they already had all these kind of their own um, they came packaged with their own kind of like whatever was going on. And I just put some turmeric on top of it, some pepper on top of it, and mixed it together with whatever already was on it. And it tastes great. You know, it doesn't have to, it wasn't like a very strong curry taste or whatever, just it was just a little effect. So so that's like an Instagram thing. Now, I'm sorry. Okay, this is another Instagram thing. Oh no, the other one was like grocery list. This is the Instagram thing. Um, so feed your gut, fuel your brain, ditch bloating and brain fog with these gut-friendly swaps. Um, eat more, resistant starch, cool potatoes, green bananas. Feeds butyrate making bugs to fight inflammation. This is Instagram, right? So polyniffle power, blueberries, dark chocolate, green tea, starve bad bacteria, Clostridia, prebiotic veggies, garlic, onions, asparagus, fuel probiotics that crowd out troublemakers. Omega-3 rich foods, salmon, walnuts, and calm gut-brain inflammation. And these are things, this last one, I didn't even realize. I learned I mean, when you talk with these AIs, and that's the reason why I talk with them, they add information. So, um, and even like the garlic, onion, asparagus. Well, yeah, that I didn't even know there were probiotics. So I learned a lot actually, like green banana, cool potatoes. So, yeah. Avoid processed food, excess sugar, artificial sweeteners. Like the other one, but it's more like for Instagram, right? Pro tip: add turmeric and black pepper to meals. Well, pro tip, that's the whole story. That's the big thing, like the turmeric and black pepper. Now I tried to look for something similar. I thought, well, if turmeric, because I saw the video, I saw there was actually a video. They put it under like a microscope. They put like the turmeric there, uh, and there were all these microbes and even like the thingies that like wiggle. So they're like viruses or whatever, and everything died out from turmeric and black pepper. So it actually is a very good antibacterial thing. Curcumin fights bad bacteria. Piperin boosts absorption. And this is AI. AI doesn't lie, guys. So if you're thinking that I was just making this stuff up, this is all scientific based. There are research papers done and written about this. It's not something I'm just like making up. Now, there are things like balancing your microbiome can reduce bloating, improve mood, and sharpen focus. Oh, it can do a lot more than that, but that's good. Golden turmeric chicken pea curry with coconut milk and pepper, cold potato salad. So, um, here. Your gut is your second brain by feeding good bacteria with prebiotics like garlic and resistant starch. Avoid processed junk. You can starve PPA producing microbes linked to bloating, fatigue, and even mood swings. Pair this with anti-inflammatory spice like turmeric and black pepper for gut brain boost. Ready to try. Now, this is like a Instagram thing, but this is actually this could cure mental health problems, gives people peace, um, all kinds of stuff. Uh, One of the things is I had it's probably in this maybe early on, but it talked about that one of the things that it was doing the PPA was like I said, like you have like the frontal lobes, those are in control of your social cues and stuff, and your mental thinking. Those are um I didn't like it when I said excited, but that's the way I experience it. It's like, it's like they're working stronger. It's like everything, like your emotion, your anxiety is also stronger. It's like, I call it excited. I didn't like that, but it's like it's over. It's actually malfunctioning. You shouldn't be you shouldn't have anxiety. Anxiety is not good. I mean, fear is necessary, but you shouldn't have anxiety about stuff, you know? Um, Anxiety is like a state of being, like you're fearful. Okay. Okay, so I already know stuff, but I probe the AI to see what they say about it, because when I probe them, they will give me a piece of information I might not know yet. So, what are your thoughts on the effects of microbiome and gut health on mental diseases? So, I'm starting up a conversation with AI, which I can continue to work with. Now, they know what I'm talking about. Got my the uh, so I'm trying to give them the opportunity to give feedback on this topic from which we can work with, you know. Um, Gut health and mental disease. And the other one that I had on the other one was more very open, the other chat. It was more about, hey, I want to build this app about mental things and stuff. And it could have been anything, you know, but here I'm talking about mental disease and gut health and microbiome. So I'm really focusing here on these bacteria. I haven't talked about PPA yet. I haven't talked about um, the bacteria yet, but or like the Clostridium, but they're gonna bring it up anyway. So maybe we should put this here. So the microbiome and gut health have profound impact on mental health. Emerging research continues to highlight the gut-brain axis as critical pathway linking the two. Here are some key blah 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 blah. Okay, so um, mental health and neuropsychiatric disorders. Now it's here it's giving me some things, uh, what they think what is happening. Um Now there's a lot of new information there. Um, Here anxiety, like I said. But anyway, so here's saying that there's communication. Okay, that's interesting. Um, it's talking about serotonin are being produced now. Well, that's also a thing that makes you feel good. Um, so when those bacteria don't make serotonin, it's no good, right? Dopamine also makes you feel good, mood and cognition. So actually, a lot of good, important stuff is happening there. So if the bad bacteria have taken over, then that good stuff cannot happen, right? So immune system again, the immune system is lowered while you already which makes it even more of those bacteria coming into, of course. It's inflammation is talked about a lot, depression, anxiety, and neurodegenerative diseases. So this is all based on research that this AI has found. Now, uh, so studies show that individuals with depression often have altered gut microbiota. So reduced bifidobacterium and lactobacillus. So those are the ones that you want to put in. That's why you need your Yakult. Your Yakult is stopping you being depressed. Probiotics, psychobiotics have shown antidepressant effects in some trials. So these are all research. Now, the ASD, autism spectrum disorder. Now, it's a spectrum, so you can be a little bit autistic. Maybe I'm a little bit autistic sometimes, or you can have it like incredibly like my mother's, like you can have it like it hits you like a truck and you can function. So um and there are people that even have it worse than my mother probably, but and uh I think that some other diseases like mental that you just I mean there are all kinds of ways to describe them. My mother was described. I asked them like at some point. I said, "Well, actually, what's my mother's diagnosis?" And they said, "Well, chronic psychosis." And yeah, chronic is obviously it's permanent or like not non-stop, and the psychosis was that she was like talking to somebody or seeing things that were not there. I must say, I don't, she did say things like in a third person, like, she's not letting me do this, like somebody else was in control of her, but, or she was like, but that can also be maybe your brain being locked, like like if you have, yeah, like she was in a prison she couldn't break out of mentally. So it's maybe she was describing what she was experiencing. She was experiencing that, like that. Um, and oh yeah, she called herself a goddess, but yeah, I mean, she was a hippie, so and my father was a Buddhist, and so she had a lot of like those influences, so that might have put it in her brain. It started to make sense or something. I don't know. So yeah, you can remove some of the bad bacteria and replace them with good bacteria. And that's like for people that have really serious cases of autism. Maybe like someone like my mother then, Now, here also schizophrenia, bipolar. Now, schizophrenia, maybe just a bit like the psychosis my mother had. I don't know, I'm not sure. So even those have already this it is being talked about here. And that's interesting to me because it's great that autism would be like cured, but there's this whole big group of people that have schizophrenia, other mental problems, and if those are also from the same kind of like bacteria and PPA, then that's something that we need to look into, right? Yeah, microbial imbalance can neuroinflammation and symptom severity. So neurodegenerative diseases, Alzheimer, Parkinson's, gut bacteria may influence. So I don't know much about that, but interesting to look into. Now it says here, how does it work? And it talks about the short chain fatty acids. That is the where the PPA is in. Now you have butyrate. Now that's actually something that is good. And then you have the propionate, which is the propionic acid I talked about. Um, oh, here says which reduces inflammation and support brain health. So that's the butyrate. Oh, this propionate is something else than the PPA. Okay, so these are the good ones. And then it says here leaky gut inflammation. So this is where it starts to go bad. So the bacteria and all the toxins are coming in your body. Here, bacterial toxins and circulation, triggering nerve inflammation. So here it says that there's inflammation, and that's causing those problems. Um, okay, so I don't know about this yet. I have still stuff to learn. Now, therapeutic implications, probiotics, prebiotics, dietary interventions, high fiber, fermented foods, Mediterranean diet support healthy microbiome. Now, you can, of course, you can replace the bacteria. Um, and actually, when they do that, they see actually like people with like autism like have like 40% better improvement, better communication with other people, etc. And so antibiotic and antis. I mean, that's interesting. Like my mother also started talking to me about her life when I attacked, when I destroyed those bad bacteria, right? She was able to talk to me. Before that, she would never talk to me about those things. So it does seem like that either she did had also had ASD, or it's actually the same disease, but she has it in a different, in a way that it's so bad, or it looks so bad that it's like she had like psychosis. Maybe she was misdiagnosed. I don't know, or it is it's a form of ASD. Maybe with the like ASD is ASD is not that people start to see things that are not there or hear things that are not there. And maybe my mother either or yeah, because she said certain things that made it look like she was seeing or hearing things that weren't there. And maybe she did, I don't know, or maybe her brain was so confused that whatever was going on, it made her give her that idea that anyway, um it all I know is that getting rid of this bacteria does work. So and that's what all these things, this therapeutic implications, this is what they already discovered. The only question is like, is this gonna work for a whole bunch of people? And what's the way to do it? Because this bacteria is so tough. You need like a holistic approach. You have to actually, it's like, let's say you have a big mother effer of a monster. Like you're gonna use one gun, two guns, or you're gonna unload all your arsenal, you know? You have to use everything in your arsenal to get this big monster destroyed. And it is a big monster in a way that Clostridia is it will survive antibiotics. Antibiotics would only help it. Like even if I don't know if because after antibiotics it will conquer more space, it will take more up. It actually causes the problem of this autism, you know? So you have to do something different. And although, so even if there wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, and even this medicine I used with my mother, like, I was using probiotics like the lactobacillus and whatever to replace, to put in place of all the bacteria that she lost, you know? So, future directions, yeah, personalized psychobiotics, tailoring probiotic treatment based on individuals' microbiome. So you have to really try to fix. Every person has a different, like bacterial biome in their gut. You have to fix that, and so you can research that. You can measure that, and then you can like give them specialized treatment on that, specialized probiotics, give them insert the bacteria that they need to make things better. Now, microbiome-based diagnostics identify biomarkers for mental illness risk. Um, So yeah, again, you look at what's going on in that biome, in what kind of bacteria does a person have, and like let's say you find a lot of Clostridium, and you see that a person has a lot of mental problems, then you can say, oh, wait a minute, that's probably it, or that we have to look into this if we can fix it and see if we can make this person better, if this is the problem, right? Which I expect it to be, like with my mother. A combination therapies, integrating gut health. I think a lot of people might have this problem. And like I said, it's a spectrum. So you can have a little bit of this bacteria affecting you, and you can have a lot of the bacteria, or like say like yeah, if you drink a lot of like sugaries and drinks and ate cakes and all this stuff, like I'm pretty sure it's crazy actually that I'm not like I used to love sugar, you know. But anyway, I kind of quit sugar mostly, so that's a good thing. But again, like if only quitting sugar is not gonna completely remove the bacteria because it's only one way to attack them. You know, yes, you can starve them, but realistically, like when I eat a meal, like from at my job, they put sugar in certain elements of it. They, you know, so sometimes I get food that is sweet and I didn't know, but they just do it. So it is like it's not. And sometimes I go at a friend, he gives me Coca-Cola. I'm like, okay, nice, and I'm like, oh, that's so sugary. But anyway, I drink it, or or now I know that actually sweeteners. I don't like sweeteners, but I've tried like I thought that maybe the sweetness could be a bit less worse, but actually it's not less worse. They're just as worse. So, uh, okay, so uh, combination therapy. So that's the holistic approach. I used to hate that word holistic. It sounded like somebody was gonna sell you on some herbs or something, or do like Reiki. But holistic, it just means a complete, a complete, like like emptying out your arsenal. You're just gonna try everything in a book and throw it at them. You know, it's like everything, not just one thing or two things, or well, we know that that it seems to be the problem that this comes because of this problem and we need this medicine. No, it's not that easy, or people don't even think about the problem. Oh, you have this, you say that you have headache, okay, yes, you need this medicine. Yeah. Well, that's a very simplistic approach. Like, why does the person have a headache in the first place? Why not think about that? Try to fix that. Don't just give him medicine. Uh, okay. Integrating gut health strategies with traditional psychiatric treatments. So that's the holistic. Final thoughts. Yeah. So, offering new avenues treatment beyond conventional pharmacology. While more clinical trials are needed, optimizing gut health through diet, probiotics, and lifestyle changes could be a cornerstone of integrative mental health care. Now, this is AI talking. I thought this, but they are saying it too. Now, the app, like I said, and it says here too, like more clinical trials are needed. The problem is, and also it says here, like offering new avenues for offering this is new treatment for beyond conventional pharmacology. Now, the beyond I've been a guinea pig, and it's fine. It's fine. Those medicines need to be made, but conventional pharmacology, the big companies, they might not be interested in this because uh, like these treatments are, I mean, we're using turmeric. They cannot like put their name tag on that, say, oh, we developed turmeric and pepper. And well, maybe they could like put an injection or something with all the stuff in it, but or they use, you know, why they use synthesized, like even like paracetamol or all this. A lot of those things are, some of these things are like just synthesized. It's when you make a molecule in the laboratory and nobody has made that molecule before, and that molecule can do something that is has medical properties that can help another person in some way. Boom, you can make millions, because now you can say, well, we made this molecule, we discovered it, it's ours. Yeah, it's your molecule. Crazy, right? But at least for several years. And now everybody who wants that molecule because it's doing amazing stuff, it has to buy it from you. But the question is like, are they gonna, if they find a molecule that could destroy Clostridium, I would love to see that happen. But the thing is, it might isn't that happened yet? So I think that the holistic approach, like attacking it with whatever is reducing it. And it's crazy. Like I only found out about curcumin like a week ago or something. I wasn't even realizing when I saw it kill all the bacterias, and that, well, of course it made. I'm like, wow, this is interesting because killing bacteria is kind of my thing, right? So this is my main thing. And but the fact that it actually keeps the good ones alive, that is actually even better. So. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm really excited about this, and but that's only one tool in the toolbox, right? So you have to do other things. You have to do the lactobacillus. You have to do the prebiotics, which are feeding bacteria. All these things that I put in that list. Uh, okay, we're talking about FMT. Well, here it says like so this is like replacing the bacteria. Um, so they did on mice, and it helped anxiety. It helped uh, again anxiety. No, yeah, it is not something that's commonly done. So that's there's not so much information on it, and there's not so much. It's not a big thing, but let's say if that would be the only thing that you could do, or the best thing we could do, then I mean, if you know, like people like my mother, they are so sick, you would do it, right? So here, children with ASD and GI issues. So they already had like leaky guts or like a lot of problems there. 45 to 50, like almost like half in core ASD symptoms. Like imagine being like completely socially awkward, or like not even looking people in the eye, being completely impossible to communicate with people, and you start to communicate, start using words, start doing stuff. Repetitive behaviors. Like let's say you have some kind of thing that you have to, yeah, this is like huge, 50%. That's like so much. Improved gut symptoms, um, behavioral gains, and it stayed on for like 2 or more years. So you could do that like once every 2 years, and you would have like a 50% improvement. You know. Um, that's worth it, like uh and like I said, this is holistic, so you could just do this for maybe a worst case scenario when and then do all the other stuff too. If and then so now the thing is that there's so many things that you can do, right? And there's so many things it could involve. Like we have ASD, we have schizophrenia, bipolar. It's interesting that I'm not experienced with bipolar that much, luckily. That's horrible because people, they get happy and then they get depressed. And so depressed, they like, it's horrible. Like they bipolar is, I don't think I've known anybody with bipolar, but anyway. Uh it's interesting that they put that together, but anyway, it was that. Well, this is like, I guess this is my category, because schizophrenia is a bit like the uh, chronic psychosis. So this is their help. They're doing severe mental people with severe mental issues, and this is really important actually. So they're stepping out of the box of ASD, reduce psychotic symptoms in schizophrenia patient after FMT alongside conventional therapy. So it's like one person. So you can and probably this person was really 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 bad. Maybe also somebody figured out this could help, but it helped. Well, they said hypothesis hypo, hypothesized mechanism. Sorry, these words I never spoke them in my life. Hypothesized mechanism, gut microbiota. Um, so modulate dopamine and glutamine pathways. So the thing is that again, this is not my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that I don't know about schizophrenia for sure or bipolar at all. I don't know. But I think that from my point of view, when I visited my mother at Endegeest, the nut house, all those other people seem to have what she had, right? So now I'm thinking, well, if I was able to help her, those people can be helped, and whatever. And maybe those, and there are so many diagnoses that like, but whatever those people had, those people can be helped. So I don't know if they fall under this, but whatever, they might all have this same um the same basic bacteria that is messing up their lives. But that's what we have. So we have to find it out, right? Am I right? Am I wrong? Like this is like one person that they did FMT on, which was good. And you can see that like one person in the world, like wow, this could be the biggest thing to help all those people. And they're spending billions on making all these other medications, and they're helping one person, trying this thing out on one person. And while this has been known for like over 10 years, or and so I guess that the way I'm thinking is pretty unique, because there are not many people thinking like that. So what I want is to get this out there, uh, get uh, something going, get some research going. And one of the things I was thinking, well, I need a lot of money. I need a fund for that, and that may be still on the books. But the thing is that I realized that I could make actually a research app, because I'm a programmer, and with AI, you can see I get such. It's like I have a 10-man team right now that are feeding me information, feeding me code, and although I still am the like main person to have to do it, um, I might get it done. So I made this whole um let me see uh app. We can go back and forth. I can show. So this is the app, and so it gives me all this code, and I could implement that. I don't know how much work it is. I'm not, but and I'm really tired from all the work and I'm busy, but whatever. But hopefully one day I'll get it finished, and it might be sooner than later. I hope really that somehow I can get the energy or whatever the focus to do this after work and in between work, and because everything seems to be going so slow when you're get home tired from work and your whole body aches. But yeah, at least I have the AI to help. Um, and and sometimes I'm like, oh, I spend too much time on YouTube, but actually I found that video on on the bacteria on YouTube, so it's been worth it spending so much time there. Uh, but because I must say it's a bit. I would have never guessed that like curry could like that was actually could help. I don't even know if it's strong enough or whatever for somebody who is actually sick. It makes me feel a bit like relaxed and sleepy, and so I think it does helps. It does help to help people relax. Uh, but the question is, would it help somebody who has severe problems, right? I don't know. And the app could test things like that. If I build an app, and it's independent, I'm not just going to build an app to test this one thing, although that will be enough because it might be a big one. But I want to actually I think I already want to build this app before the tutorial. Yeah, I was. That's a wow. That's interesting. Was I thinking about this app? Because I just discovered the turmeric. Yeah, 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 yeah. It was not the turmeric why I wanted to do the app. Actually, I like a week or 2 weeks ago, I already had the idea for the foundation. Well, I had it a long time, but I had the idea. I started working it out in AI. So I'm not going to switch screens because it might mess up my screen, my recording. If I'm even recording, I hope I'm recording. I see like a red dot lighting up, but it's not in here. No, here, stage for building wealth. I mean, here you can see I was trying to think about how do I get money for my mother's foundation, and that's in my other AIs. So I asked another AI, how can I make a stichting or a foundation? And they told me, all, yeah, you need like some other people that also sign it and co-sign it, and then you have to go have to pay some money for a notary, and you have to tell everybody, oh, we're gonna do this and this, like we're gonna fight. I want to cure this disease, and we're gonna do research on it, and uh, and then when I made this whole foundation and started and doing the research and then chatting with ChatGPT and all the other AIs, DeepSeek, whatever. Well, not DeepSeek because it's not in here, but it was, I think it was Gemini. I was talking with Gemini a lot about it. Hey, it's like I have all these friends. Hey, I was talking with Gemini, and and Grok and so uh, so I worked out how to do the foundation, and then I realized I could do research I could set up these research things, and one of them would be like, I know I've done research like on medication, so I realized like, well, I um, I know how research work. You want to double blind if you can. I already like I've looked in this, of course, for years. So I already looked at these things, so I know that um, you have um, you have survey research, and that's where all the crap comes from, because the surveys are so, and you can interpret them in all kinds of ways and whatever, but and sometimes they're like, but there's surveys that have been going on for 50 years, and there were even and sometimes even they, like there was one about, anyway, let's go into the details, but you can do a survey. uh so the ones that I did the research, I would go into the clinic. They would give me, they take my blood, research, do everything, then give me either a placebo or a real drug. I wouldn't know. Of course, it's a double blind. So, and then they would keep taking my blood, even though they knew, or somebody knew I had the placebo. But the nurses, the doctors, the people in the clinic, they would all just, we were all would be treated as if we had the drug really, even though we might not. Like 50% chance. So of the 10 or whatever uh, times I did this, probably over 10, maybe 20. Anyway, so every time I did this, um, the half of them I'd actually got a drug and actually got a medication. And sometimes you noticed, but yeah, so we did this test, and this was in the clinic and everything. But there would be reports and all the blood tests and everything, and then they, if you were nauseated or whatever, you have to report it, whatever, and anything. It's just like what you see on the labels. Oh, can cause nausea or can cause sleepiness or whatever. That's what they get from those tests, and that's it. But you can also do tests that are less clinical. You could just like go door to door and ask questions. You can do it online, ask questions. You can have people come once a week and do some tests or whatever. And there's all kinds of way to do research. And one of the so I thought, well, I could just do that in an app. Like if I make an app in which we can test out all these different ways to treat it, then if I can make it, it will cost me some time, but literally no money. Like I have my MacBook here. I have, well, I have to do it in my free time right now, but I will giving up my free time, but I don't need to spend extra money on making it. Not much anyway. Maybe a little bit for server or whatever, some cost on that. Maybe later if, but the thing is that I wouldn't have to make like €1 million to and set up a fund to do it. Like I can do it right now. And that's so chill. I just like thought about it last. I'm like, wow, this is amazing. I could just make the app, and if I do it well and people start using it, I can just do the research. We can just do the research. I could work with volunteers that for the medical stuff. It wouldn't have to cost anything really to get the research done, because we're working with people who download the app, who self-report on like, oh, today, and let's say you once you put out some tests, like the, let's say the curcumin and pepper and fat. So you say, well, uh, this is the curcumin test, right? And then and then people say, and then you have to first say, well. Uh, I have what are you are you experiencing anything that you know, do you feel anxious? Do you feel depressed? You give this whole list of questions, and then the answer to that, and that can even just give some information, and you can look that up later with AI and you test it. Um, and then so you have all this report when you start. Then they start testing this treatment or this whatever it is that you have that might work. It doesn't really matter. They start treating using it daily. It could be exercise, whatever. And then they give a report on how much or whatever they did that they consider the treatment. They can also, probably it's a good idea to give a report on other things they ate or other things they did that are in are could be of influence. So they give daily reports on what they're doing. And then after some time, you uh, you have, if you have collected all this information, you can look at it. And let's say like you have like a couple of users, and they some of them they use the curcumin treatment, the other ones use the lactobacillus treatment, some other they do both. You have all these different users, but because there's so many, you have actually groups of people that you can compare, you know. Now, it's not, you could do it double blind if you would provide capsules or something, like say you could have like but the thing is that I want to help people. I don't want to give them like fake stuff, you know. Maybe later, if it's if we really need to do that, um that could, you know, that is something we could do to make it like a double blind thing. You could set up, but that's like not, it's not one thing or the other. You don't have to say, oh, it has to be double blind. I think like it would be, it's so you would like, I don't think that people, you have to take it very seriously to you can just start out like give some options, some things. So, like, hey, we want to test this, we wanted to test that. Maybe even people can put on their own test. Say, hey, I had this idea that whatever helped, I'm gonna try it, and they put it in the database. They use the app, they add it to it, they do the test, and they give the feedback. Maybe something I never thought about. You know, maybe they want to test green tea. Maybe they want to do like, you know, whatever. So they test it, and then I get a test for green tea, and it might be amazing, you know, or it could add some extra data that the AI could figure out and say, well, hey, listen, we see that this happened to these people that use green tea, and this could be helpful, like in a holistic approach. It's not the thing maybe that, but it's helpful, you know. Like I think the AI already used green tea somewhere where it said green tea could do this and this. And then so, and you have all these groups. Some people will use sugar, other people won't use sugar. Uh, you know, uh, and then uh, I mean, right now the way things are, to really be able to say, well, look, this is helpful, or this treatment is useful. We do it in a way where we have tests. If there are no tests, we can never know for sure uh, if something, we can trust somebody. I can do a self test, and I can talk to people about it. But you can see that even like how many people are gonna put on their MacBook a whole story like this for an hour, talk about their life and share everything, and then how many people are gonna find it and use it, and you know, it's a bit like a needle in a haystack. So, but if you take all the needles, if you collect all the needles and throw them on one big stack, and then have that data there, that you can throw AI at it, you can throw AI 4.0 on it in 2025, but you can keep collecting data and then in 2020 27 you can throw AI level 20 at it and level 100 and level 1000, so the data will become even more valuable. So I think that this could be a huge thing. And I'm not saying there might be other apps doing similar things, but the I do this for one purpose, and that is to help people like my mother. And and that's a very focused approach. Now, it might be that my app could help people with diabetes too, or it could help people with all kinds of stuff. I don't know. Could treat cancer. I don't know. But the thing is, like, that's not what my focus is. Uh, I could, I could like, uh, that doesn't mean I'm so narrow-minded. I don't want to look at those things. I don't want to make the app. If the, I mean, in the end, the app can be in a way where you say, well, I'm going to do this treatment. I'm going to self-report on what I experience. You can even use your doctor, whatever, let them take blood or other samples, and then also report that. People can just do it themselves, and you get all these self-reporting people on things uh, um, that they're trying that might, and then we can get that information, see well, is this helpful? Do we have a lot of people supporting this treatments for whatever diseases or whatever things are going on? But my focus is basically I want to treat people like my mother. I want that suffering, that severe mental health those severe mental health problems. That's what I want to solve. And if the foundation that I set up for my mother, if that will receive money, if then I would use that money for that. Unless until that is treated. Like if that's treated, I might use it for somebody else. If it's 100% treated, or we know exactly all the things we need to know, and we have curable stuff, if there's money left over, yeah, I would do. But the thing is that I've looked for my whole life for people like my mother and my mother, and I felt like there's some they were building nuclear weapons, we're driving around in beautiful cars, we're doing all this stuff, we're worrying about the most stupid things, and nobody's looking at this horrible, horrible disease, you know? And all we got is some synthetic drugs that, make it a little bit less incredibly horrible than it is. Uh, and yes, it without those drugs, it could be even way, way more horrible. But the problem is that even with the drugs, it's not that great. It's still not great. It's still it's still pretty horrible, and we need to do better. And I've seen with my mother that like this bacteria could be the key, or maybe is the key. It was with my mother. It is according to AI. A lot of these things are there are a lot of people that are helped with this. So yeah. So there's another thing I have to do with my long list of stuff I need to do. I was trying to make a computer game, but um, for money. But yeah, if I can make the app, I'd rather just make the app straight away. And then if I need money for some reason later for the foundation, I could work on other software or whatever. But I think that my priority should be the app, and I could do the other stuff maybe as a practice run, or just like um, just to take my mind off it, you know. And the thing is, like, when programming this app is gonna be, it's within what I can do. I know that for sure. The I focused on what I know on my knowledge stack, you know. So I'm using what's this? It's a lot of stuff here. What is it disappeared? Oh, there it is. So it's a lot of stuff. So again, I'm building up PPA ASD. I wanted to go there really quick. So I need to build up a basis. PPA ASD. So now we're talking about that PPA. And it's again saying all the things that I already knew, or uh, here, rats, PPA, see it? Reduce social interaction, repetitive behaviors, mimicking ASD traits. So even rats seem to show these traits with PPA, and that's interesting. Uh, anyway, so yeah, we share some treatments. Again, the green tea. There's a lot of things that I even know about, but actually, I was like, I found out the turmeric curcumin black pepper thing. I don't know how powerful it is. If it's actually, I hope it's really powerful, but maybe with all the other stuff combined, it could be good. I really, this is something that need to be tested, right? Because uh, it's like creating. Well, as a programmer, you create an algorithm that's like a steps. Like step one, like let's say uh, you want to attack these bacteria. So, well, we need to kill them. Okay, fine. How can we do it? Well, we can do antibiotics, but they don't really work. Uh, we can do this disgusting bacteria killer, but yeah, then you kill all the bacteria. That's not really great, and it's temporarily. And hey, we can do like turmeric. Well, that seems to do something. Let's look into that, right? But we still know that they grow back. So how are we going to stop the growing back? Oh, now, well, what we can do is we can feed the good bacteria, so they take up more space. It's less for the other ones. We can starve them by not taking sugar. We can do a prebiotic stuff. We can do probiotic stuff. Probiotics adds the bacteria. Uh, Prebiotics feeds them, etc., etc. And that's all the things that I'm getting also from this, with extra stuff that I didn't know from this AI, which is great. And so here I set up the whole story again, a bit more director approach. Because when you talk with AI, you get all these pages and pages of information, and they keep saying the same things because you're asking a little bit different. They just want to give you so much information. But and I wanted to set it up for the app. I think I wanted to set up for the app. But anyway, I ended up going to the app. Or no, I actually what I did, I wanted to like study. I wanted to like look at things from an uh, uh, I want to go straight to PPA and ASD and get as much information about that. And here that I'm thinking, oh, I need the app. So again, I had the other app I was talking about, but that was very general. So I thought, well, what if I just make an app straight for PPA? So because that's all I talked about in this. So it's giving me some great stuff. What I need for the app, treatment tracking, log daily use. Now, this, like I said, like of course, that's the main thing. So every day they're gonna tell what to eat, what they're eating, what they're doing. Are they doing prebiotics, probiotics? Are they doing treatments? Are they what all the stuff they're doing? And then here the symptoms, like do I feel better, whatever. Um, and then biomarkers, so we can also do lab information there. Maybe partner with it so that they can just like send their stuff to the like you can measure Clostridia. It will be great to measure Clostridia straight away. Like if before they even do anything, a Clostridia level before and after, right? That would be huge. Would be huge. And maybe in between. Um, Now, of course, I can do things with the Fitbit. I already looked at that. Uh, um, Now, the people now, so the goal is to retrieve data, but uh, these people are actually trying treatments or trying things to help them. Why not give them some feedback, you know? Um, so now, uh, again, the people can work maybe with their doctors, with their teams, nutritionists, etc., therapists. So, and then I could hopefully work with volunteers, people who are interested in this, people that help me with um, with working with this. Also, yeah, like if people start to do things that are really like inappropriate, what trying really weird treatments that we and like I'm not like if it's safe you can do it whatever, you know, but like if you want to treat yourself with whatever, but as long as it's like not hurting anybody, but yeah, uh, yeah, you have to watch stuff like that too. um Now here the scientific part. Now like I said, like I feel I the thing is like in the end the real win would be if we could have it officially all once doctors say well once well s- anyway if we can say if we can find the best treatments, the best way to do it for certain people, that's really the main thing. Now if we can also have that like backed up by scientific data and by research, that would make it where it could be actually be deployed in a large scale. Once something is scientifically proven, it can be it will be adapted by everybody. Okay, so now this is of course um, no AI. So I already asked for LLM integration. That is like AI, and I have code for that. Again, extra work, but whatever. Now I have to look at like the legal stuff, of course, like how I work with data. I thought about making it um, anonymous, but for this, that was the other version. For this version, if I want to focus on actually the PPA, um, like you can, if the security is strong enough, that would be fine. Or I could make it where people can choose either like anonymous or not. Or I have to think about actually what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make an anonymous app and just gather data and like ask their age and a male, female, and that's it. Maybe where they're from, kind of the area, and then leave everything like name, email, like IP address. That might be enough if I leave all those things out. Um, I'm not sure about that yet. That would make then then if it's unanimous, I don't the these data privacy is there is no data because everything is anonymous. That would be great, but it's well, I'm gonna make it in Unity, so that's a great way to make it very engaging because I wanna be uh, targeting a very large group, and it's not for doctors per se or whatever. It's for caregivers, and for the people and for sufferers. And of course, doctors can use it for the patients and whatever, but or like nutritionists or whatever, they can all use it. But it is mainly for just for people, even young people to use. So it's going to be very how do you say it? Easy to use, very accessible, very yeah, okay. Now I wanna it's gonna be free for everybody because we're gonna focus on getting information for to use for research, and if people use it, if it helps people, that's great, but it's not a medical app. It's not there to cure people. It's to get actually to test things out. They're guinea pigs, uh, and so now the premium tier is because of course they're gonna be cost when people are using the app a lot. When a lot of people are like logging in, that's gonna be server costs, and the people that are paying if people are going to pay for it, that will cover those costs. So we have and that will cover and they will get extra things for that, uh, uh, but things that but it will yeah um, now you have research. We can work with other things. I mean, these are not things that I'm gonna be focused on right away because um, now here's giving some a stack: reactive, native, Firebase. Now I pretty much rejected all of this. I forgot to tell them what my stack was, but I do that later. So it's gonna build something for my stack. Now here's giving some pilot testing. Get like 100, 200 people with ASD, um, and test and ask them for testing. Now, I I I, I also want to work with other people, but yes, I this is a good plan. Um, I can see, of course, I'm in Leiden, which is great. There's gonna be I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some students that I can work with. That so yeah. Uh, well, not Harvard, but the Leiden University probably is gonna help. Well, we'll see. If I don't know actually, but um, um, so that's the thing. Like, I'm a developer, and I have first-hand experience with this. Um, but in the end, I have to publish these findings. They have to be so if people will see what I'm working on, if they see the data, if they see the proof of these of well of my ideas, um like it's not just ASD, but it could be other things too. That could be very valuable, could open the door for a lot of other treatments, another a whole group of new group that we could treat with this. So I already have first hand experience that that is the fact, but that's just a one case. So one case is not really useful. Um, I'm gonna take some water. So here we're talking about some things, of course, like keep the app simple. No, I'm really good. That's really what I'm good at. Um, I always keep things simple. I try to, when I talk, also just talk in a plain language, and I think that it's not useful to do something that only like 10% of the humanity can understand. Uh, Again, these are also important things. I mean, we're testing out things, and like it says here, avoid promoting, but it's not, I mean, it's we're testing things out. We're not promoting anything, but we have to be aware if people come into the system, into the ecosystem, trying to bring in things that are very pretty much, well, um, like why even bother? If if some, well, I don't know. I'm just gonna. I don't even know. It might be. Let's say somebody comes in and says, "Oh, you have to do water fasting for 2 weeks." Well, that doesn't. That, you die, right? That's like. So the thing is that there are things that you have to be uh, um, you cannot do, and um, I mean, you can do water fast every other day, maybe. Probably get headaches or whatever. But there's stupid stuff around there. And I think some people will think the things that even the things like here with like curcumin and pepper and black pepper, and like, what? This cannot work. This is stupid. This is not scientific. I mean, the thing is that when the thing is, we have started to believe that I mean, we have these pharmacies, right? And we go to the pharmacy, we get our pill, the doctor prescribed it, we take the pill, and then we feel better. And for a lot of things, that helps, that works really well. My mother got medicine her whole life, and and those medicine, I mean, they did help her in a way. I mean, one of them just knocked her out and gave her a good night's sleep, which she wouldn't have gotten without them. And I don't know what those other pills did for her. I don't think they did anything really, but besides some annoying side effects where she got shaky hands or whatever, but shaky legs. Th- Um, maybe they did something for her, maybe they helped. I don't know. But the thing is that they didn't give me what I needed, and that's a healthy mother, right? So and but still, a lot of people think that this is the holy grail, right? These synthetic drugs that we created, like, oh, we fixed everything, like we're like it's like we're in Star Trek. We're not. There are lots of sick people there. The people don't go to a nut house, they don't go to there because who wants to go there? If you would go there, you would understand that we're not in Star Trek. Not everything is fixed. Life isn't great. There are, it's horrible. These people live their whole life like that, and it's horrible. So don't give me talk about, oh, you're using like curry to cure mental health. That's like crazy. You're like that's stupid. I mean, like, look, even AI shows there is this there these this is science, like, and if you might not like it. Now there are some things that are maybe pretty stupid, but in the end, like I said, like, if people want to try it out and it's not hurting anybody, like, you don't know if something works until you try it, right? And if people try it and it's not working, then at least we can show that in actual data, instead of like discussing about it forever and ever and ever, and have all these people that believe in this fake stuff that's not working, right? And if it does work, well, don't we want to know? Like, and that's the thing. Like, I don't really care about people's feelings, ideas. how they believe that science should work or whatever. I want to cure people like my mother. They're suffering. I want to help people that are suffering, and I want to do it in any way that's possible. That is in any way acceptable. I wouldn't do anything that's not acceptable, but if it's acceptable and it could help, why not do it? Like, why not? You know, don't be like, oh, I don't think that's gonna work. Like those people never get anywhere. So you have to test it. Like I'm a programmer. Like every line of code I write is, I well, not every, but every time I write like a little piece, I'll hit like the button to see if my program still works, because I don't want to find out 2 weeks later that, or a day later, or an hour later, that when I wrote like all these lines of code, that my code is not working. I test stuff. Like 40% of my work is testing stuff. See if it still works. If it works, I know I can do the next step without worrying and knowing that I created another little part of my program, you know? So, testing, I'm a tester. That's it. And a tester doesn't say, "Oh, I'm not going to try this because it's not going to work." A tester is not going to say, "Well, hey, this sounds so foolish. Why even bother?" A tester just only does one thing. He tests, and then he says, "Well, this worked. It didn't work. This looks good. This doesn't look good." That's the whole thing about testing. It tells you, gives you feedback. And without feedback, there's no knowledge. So you're basically uh, arguing from ignorance, right? So don't argue from ignorance. Don't say, "Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, but that's like you're trying to fix people that are severely sick with like a food compound that's been around for centuries, and we never heard about this thing helping. So why would it help now?" Sure. You can make a really negative argument. That's so easy. But I don't give anything about arguments. I want facts. And this app is there to find facts. Anyway, if you want to send me money to help build this app and cure this stupid disease, you know. Anyway, uh, future. Yeah, the LLM. I actually did. Well, not GTP4, but I have some LLM integration. Well, doctors, yeah, we could like definitely put that in there at some point. But this is future expansions. Like I'm going for an MVP, minimal viable product. Actually, I have already asked LMM. I might so this it might gonna go faster than I'm anticipating with AI as I get better at integrating AI, setting things up, but it's a lot of work anyway. But and I have to work all the time, so I don't know. But global, yes. So international. So we got different language. It's not going to be useful for a caregiver in another country in Spain. You need Spanish, right? So if in China you need Chinese. In Italy you need Italian. Un gatto. In French, you need French, je t'aime. Yeah, and of course, I'm gonna go do Dutch. Hello, and German. Auf Wiedersehen. Polish. I don't know any Polish. Um, anyway, and of course, English. That's gonna cover a lot. Yeah, I talked about Netherlands. That's gonna do a lot of Netherlands stuff, but that's no problem. Um, I switch it over to international later. So I given them my tech stack, so Unity, because basically Unity, you can do iPhone, you can do Android, you can do PC, MacBook. You can do even do game consoles or whatever. Like Linux, you can do anything. Actually, everything is Unity covers actually everything. It's very visual, so that's very good. Uh, Now for health app, but I don't even call it a health app. It's not a health app. It's a research app, and it's not like uh, it's just it's for the people, right? It's just an information app. It's an information sharing app. It's a social app. That's what it is. Social apps. Um, so just share your findings on your diet. Um, the thing is, when you call something a health app, you have to actually cure people. And the thing is, well, I want to research how to cure people. I cannot make any claims that I can heal anybody. And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's interesting stuff going on that I want to know more about. And then after that, maybe we can say, hey, this is a health app, but we cannot call it a health app right now. Um, and I do that, and I just want to work with Unity because that's what I've been working it in with for a while now, and just switching over all these new stuff. Like I could do React Native, whatever, but then I want to work with C Sharp. That's also what I've been working on with for a lot. So I just want to keep it simple and not start over with a whole new. I know so many already. Like I'm kind of sick of learning all those. Well, I'm not sick of it. I love it, but I'd rather focus on something that I already have some basis in at the moment. And like I said, I think it's really good choice actually because I can make it really interactive and good looking and whatever. PHP, that's also my experience. MySQL database was my experience. Actually, I have SQL experience like directly. I don't need to use like anything like Laravel or whatever. I don't think so. I also have like, some experience with like Symfony, but I think I'm just gonna keep and the API is gonna like connect to the server, work with the database, and also hosting. Now I have already a hosting. Now it's giving my SQL. Great. I can just put that in. Um, API. That's interesting for me because that is somewhat new. So that's gonna be interesting. Although, yeah, that's gonna be fun. But it's gonna, yeah, that's gonna be fun. Okay. Um, okay, MVP. This that's like the minimal project. That lacks the minimal stuff that I need to do. So treatment tracker, daily symptoms, simple dashboard, line grabs, and this is really just to give some interaction. So the people who put all the information in get some feedback of what they're doing. Um, and that just makes it more, and maybe it's helpful, who knows, but it's there for like for show. Uh, right now, I think, I don't know, we can put in Dutch, but we want, um, I don't know if that's, yeah, well, eventually I want like, localized, so anyway, these are things I can look into, working with labs. Now, freemium model, uh, I could put in a pay tier. I mean, if I can get money for this, I could stop working and focus on this, right? But yeah, uh, I'm not gonna give got my day job just yet. Uh, and it's more. I rather just make it free for everybody and do everything for free so everybody can use and we get lots of data, help lots of people. The payment is just for people who can afford it and who want to support me, or that's really what the and then or and I could put maybe one or two things behind the paywall that so they will feel at least that uh they're getting something in return. Yeah, I mean, I could also just say like give money if you want to support this and stuff. I don't know. Uh, I mean, again, AI is like pushing this a bit on me, and I have to think about it. Um, Now, I don't want to go into things that, like, if I say use probiotics and then have an ad for probiotics, I don't think that's ethical. So it's like again, this is AI pushing this on me, but I would do the opposite. I rather promote something that has nothing to do with it. So they cannot say, well, he is giving advice. He is advising to go jog, and then he's selling Nike clothing. You know what I mean? So that's the kind. I don't want any. Well, maybe Nike clothing could be, but I don't want anything in between. Like that's. I don't want to push supplements or something. Although I understand that could. It does make a lot of sense, but I don't know. I'm. I don't know if that's I don't I no, I don't know. So here development, it makes a lot of sense, but it also makes sense not to do it. It's really hard. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't worry too much about being politically correct or whatever. It does make sense because you're saying it's like a car maker who doesn't want to sell oil, right? It's like you need oil in your car. Why not sell it? So anyway, now I have a lamp. That means Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP, so that's good. Now, oh, this is AP, nice. Oh, this is, yeah, good. Great, great, great. Unity part. This is exciting. And the thing is, like, I don't know what it is about my brain, but it's like I was made for this because I can just go through this and read it half, just implement it, see where it breaks, fix it, and then when it's all working, I will read it for real. Mm. Just so I mean, I'm not saying that it's not important information, but like if you have like so much, if you've been doing this for so long, I don't need to scrutinize every little line of code and stuff. I'll try it. If it works, it works. If it's not working, I have to fix it. And it's simple. API starter code. So this is again for the MVP. Unity, nice, nice, nice. MySQL in Unity, okay. And the thing is, like, it seems a bit, even for me, I'm like, whoa. And sometimes if like, I know Unity, I know PHP. So when I see that, I'm not impressed. I'm like, okay. But there's gonna be some things I've never done in my life. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe things gonna be struggling with. I can't just get it to run, and I don't know why, and whatever. This is gonna be. There's gonna be some tough stuff going on in here somewhere. But I know that with all this stuff. I think I've even the LLM. You can see there's going to be a lot of work. Just even just copy and pasting stuff, testing them, getting everything to work, getting all fixing all the problems, upgrading the code, doing it all over again. Yeah, but imagine having to do this all by scratch. It would take me months, now maybe weeks. That would be nice if I can do this in a couple of weeks. I mean, I could do it in a day if I was really into it. But yeah, that would be a very long day. Uh, and well rested. When I'm really well rested, who knows what I can do. But anyway, so Docker, working with Docker. I've worked with Docker a bit. I mean, at least I know most of the stuff, what's going on here, at least at some level. So, um, so it shouldn't be like a complete like restudy anything. It's just this is stuff I already know about. But I mean, wow, this is such now if I get the app to work, I get a research. Yeah, Billy, 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 what is there? Hmm? 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 Anyway, I think my cat needs some food or something. Listen, Poopy. Hey, I think my cat needs some food order. I'm sorry, attention. He's looking at me. What is there? Hmm? She's been silent. Anyway, so yeah, I get it to work. Get the data. We can test it. We already have something to test, like the things like what's on here. We can get some feedback, see how well it works. The thing is, for me, like people like my mother, like people are really suffering from this. Like, man, I would love to see somebody like that, like like transform. That would be like we can see like I was like amazed when my mother started talking that much, and I was like, what's going on? And this is like, and I didn't know it was gonna be for a couple of hours. I didn't know that was temporary, but it was it was pretty huge. And I think that with this uh, with this complete program, with trying everything and testing everything out with hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe millions of, I don't know, like lots of people testing this out and working on this. Who knows how far we can get? And I know this. It's really hard to suppress this bacteria. I say suppress because I don't know if it's possible to like eradicate. And I don't know if it's necessary actually because, like I said, like pretty much everybody alive has some of this bacteria. I don't think there's. It's not that some people have Clostridium and other people don't. It's just if you're well, I can retell everything I already told you, but it's just like um, if you can suppress it and enough that you reach normal levels. It's like with if you're diabetic. Like I don't really eat. I don't have anything. I don't have a real sugars in my diet anymore. But in the morning, your body actually makes sugars. Because if I wouldn't eat sugar all day, how can I live? I need sugars, you know. But my own body makes glucose. Even if I don't eat any glucose, it will make glucose enough for me that I need. And I've been doing it for so long, it's I am like at a level where I can just go without taking any sugar and I still feel fine because my body will keep up with me and will make the glucose I need. So it's not that there will be no glucose in my blood because I don't eat any sugar. But when I'm tested, my blood is just as good as somebody who doesn't have any problems with sugar because actually the test is on how much sugar has been in your blood and that's been like a healthy normal level. A healthy normal level is what all the healthy people have. And that is what I have, although I shouldn't if I shouldn't or I couldn't if I had too much sugar. And I shouldn't because I'm officially or at least at some point diagnosed with diabetic, and I know I have insulin. Um, well, anyway, not going into that. But the thing is that you can reduce something to a level where it's no longer a big problem. So you just eliminating all your bacteria is not going to be good for you. Um, Eliminating all the Clostridium might not be a reasonable um, it's not that you're cured because all your Clostridium is gone. You will, if this is your problem, the Clostridium, you will feel lots and lots better once this Clostridium is at a normal level, whatever that is. So, um, and like you saw, like there were like 50% improvements. People said 50% improvement. So the Clostridium was at a level where it was creating so much less PPA because there was less Clostridium that the effects of the PPA were like halved. Now, that's already a really big deal because if you're really, really sick, going halfway down is already like a huge improvement. It's really so much better to be like 50% sick than 100% sick, right? If 100% sick is really, really bad. So and and the goal would be with if we can these are simple things. This is just food mainly. It's mainly food. What to eat and what not to eat, you know? So if and these are many foods that people already are like praising like, oh, this is good foods and because they know there's something good in it, you know? Um Imagine just using them all or using a combination of these things and really getting like effects. So anyway, I have to stop recording because I pretty much I'm gonna retell everything that I already did. Probably left some things out. This was actually a test recording. I don't know if I'm gonna use it. Um, like I said, you're free to like go on PayPal and donate on my or like whatever. Because yeah. Anyway, but I mean, I can just make the app. I can just do it. I have everything needed. Um, I just hope I get like the energy for it and the, you know, and I hope it's not gonna take too much time. But I'm really like this is the most I mean, I was trying to do the game for money, but or at least for some practice. But man, this is I mean, this is like huge, really huge. So, um, well, lots of love. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and yeah, until the next video. Now I hope I can do stop thing. Hmm.